Angela, what's going on?
Hey, Marianne, how are you?
Oh, you're here.
I am here.
Oh, what's going on? Do we have something? Do we have something live?
Did you forget about our late morning docket?
No, I was just trying to think. Oh, maybe. I wish I could forget.
Same. Yeah, so hopefully everything will be okay.
Yeah, I hope so.
We'll see. We'll see.
I just made you co-host, so
Yep, I see. I have all kinds of superpowers. All right, I'm gonna
okay.
pause me for a second and give Mackenzie a heads up on something, and then I have one who looks like who's here already. So.
Okay, all right, cool. All right, see ya. Sir, do you see an invitation to join the breakout room?
I apologize. This is my first time.
That's okay. No, that's all right.
No, I see it actually. It says join
Yeah,
breakout room.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep. Sorry.
No, no problem. Hey Slick, what's going on?
How we doing today?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
Cool.
We supposed to be here 8 or 8:30 for today.
8 o'clock.
Okay, perfect. Royce is a few minutes behind.
Yeah, that's cool.
Figured I could handle it until he got here.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess that's what we do.
Hey, Mr. Mena, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm super duper. How are you?
I don't know if I'm super duper, but I'm doing okay.
Hey, James, you want to jump in a breakout room real fast to talk about what I think maybe save it time saver for later?
Okay, no problem. Let me you might just meet in my meeting room.
Sounds good.
All right, see you there.
Prosecutor's waiting room.
Jessica?
Yes,
Hi, what case are you here for this morning?
it's for Parkwood Manor, case number 22, V as in Victor, B as in boy, 02449.
Let me see. Give me 1 second, please. Ma'am, did you speak with the prosecutor?
Yeah, we talked, Mary Ann.
Oh, okay. Hi, Angela. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Good morning, Royce.
Morning, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Royce.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. How's it going?
Good, very good.
I'm gonna send you and Josh the sheet
Okay,
as soon as I find it. Here we go. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
cool, thank you.
You're welcome. I just noticed your mustache.
And what do you think of that, Angela? It's different.
It is different. Is she just trying to compete with Hadley with the facial hair?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think so.
I don't even want to know.
You have to see Royce's new mustache.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, no.
You're get ready to mask your smile.
Hold on, I'm gonna get a camera ready so I can picture on the screen.
I told him he had a curtain call. Everybody wants to get a look at this crumb catcher.
I'm gonna have to change how I view it so that, you know, like, you just see the speakers, gives you the biggest picture on the screen.
Hey, Angela, did you send over please today?
I just sent them like a minute ago.
Okay, no worries. With me with like the 3 different emails, sometimes I get myself confused.
Yeah, I sent them to, I think, your Hadley email, the one that's at Hadley Law or whatever it is.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mary Ann, the real question of the day is why Ms. Manarino was not at the groundbreaking.
What groundbreaking, Judge?
The community center.
Oh, see, I didn't even know about it. That's why. You didn't tell me.
That's not true. You most certainly did know about it.
Maybe.
You just didn't want to come. That's fine.
That's not true.
You could have had a chance to be in a heated tent and have a conversation with the Sumter supervisor.
Apparently I missed a good time.
You did. They did a great job. When I say they, I mean Elizabeth Renault and Tammy and Jennifer.
Oh yeah, they've
I'm
been working
assuming
super
they were-
hard.
I'm thinking they were the organizers of the event. They had the cutest little shovels that they had attached to the little bags.
Oh, see, now I'm sad I missed out.
Okay. Today is Tuesday. Today is Thursday, February 2nd, 2022. This is courtroom number 1. Today's docket is Van Buren Township and Metro Airport. If you do not have an airport or Van Buren Township case, you are in the wrong courtroom. If you have any questions, you may send a chat to Mary Ann. She is my secretary. She'll help you get where you are supposed to be. First case is 22 VB 024490M Van Buren Township versus Parkwood Manor. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Ms. Sharp, state your name and your position with Parkwood, please.
Jessica Sharp, and I am the new community manager.
And Ms. Sharp, where is the attorney for Parkwood Manor?
Pardon me?
Where is the attorney for Parkwood Manor?
I don't have one.
This is a misdemeanor citation written to Parkwood Manor, which is a legally incorporated entity in the state of Michigan, which needs to be represented by an attorney, ma'am.
I was just given this court date yesterday and was not aware of it. I just started 2 days ago.
Ms. Sharp, this case was actually scheduled back on January 5th, 2023 in response to a citation that was issued to the complex on December 6th. So on January 5th, I called the case. There was no one here from Parkwood Manor. The show cause was issued based on the failure to appear. Legally incorporated entities in the state of Michigan need to be represented by an attorney. I'm not sure, the way that you're labeled this morning indicates that you've waived your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney, which business cannot use the court-appointed attorney system. I'm not sure if Ms. Manarino is able to shed some light on the status of this matter.
Your Honor, I did speak with Ms. Sharp and the ordinance officer this morning. It appears that the violation has been corrected. So we would like to move to dismiss the citation.
Ms. Sharp, I cannot imagine that Parkwood would have any objection to the dismissal.
I do not.
So the court will enter that this case is hereby dismissed. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp, thank you for logging on. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you so much.
Second day on the job and stuck in court.
Yeah, I felt bad for her.
Mr. Polgar,
Yes, Your Honor.
could you turn your video on for me, please? Thank you. This is 22VB023270M, Van Buren Township versus Gabriel Polgar. State your name for me, sir.
Gabriel Michael Polgar.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the show cause hearing. You were supposed to be here back on January 5th. What happened to you, sir?
Honestly, I work overnights and I got home and there's no real excuse why I missed it. I honestly was sitting in my bed and I had my alarm set and I fell asleep probably 20 minutes prior to the hearing.
I appreciate your honesty. Sir, the way the staff has you labeled indicates that you're waiving the right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you wish to proceed on your own with this show cause arraignment and pretrial?
Yeah, I'd like to take the plea deal that I was offered.
That was my next question. You've had the chance to speak to Ms. Manarino.
That's correct.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, the offer to Mr. Polgar was 771 for 9 months. It's my understanding that he wants to accept that.
Thank you. Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ms. Manarino has just indicated that you wish to enter a plea with Van Buren Township, pleading guilty to the sole count in this matter, retail fraud. Sir, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
that's fine.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Would you be pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Polgar, before I ask you any other questions, I want to disclose to you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as this event occurred in Van Buren Township. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know anything about your case, doesn't even know that it's scheduled this morning. Having heard that, sir, do you wish to proceed with this plea?
No, Your Honor.
You said what?
I'm confused on what that exactly means. If you could elaborate a little better for me, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, because Mr. Cortez may hear this again too. I am married to someone who's elected official in Van Buren Township.
Mhm.
Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband is not involved. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know that your case is scheduled this morning, doesn't care anything about this case, but I have to make the disclosure to you on the record. I will make it in every single case where someone enters a plea this morning where Van Buren Township is the police agency that issued the citation.
So if what I'm understanding what you're saying is like, I'm assuming that if how do I word this?
Just plainly, sir, you don't have to dress it up.
I guess basically if I was to plead guilty, then I'm pleading guilty for no reason, in a sense.
No, sir. I don't know, how do you say this? You as a person have a right to know that I'm married to somebody who is elected in Van Buren Township, that I have a relationship with that person.
So nobody has.
I'm saying it doesn't impact anything this morning.
Mhm.
But I'm required to tell you, I'm required to disclose that there is a relationship.
So that really there was has kind of, well, you have to disclose that, but other than the fact that has really nothing to do with me pleading guilty.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I understand.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Polgar, if there was a cleaner way to give you that information, I would, but it's something that I have to disclose. And now that we've done that, my next question to you is, Mr. Polgar, is it true that on November 27, 2022, in Van Buren Township, you committed an act of retail fraud by going into the Meyer on Belleville Road and passing all points where you could pay for an item and failed to pay for that item?
That's correct.
Thank you. Satisfied, Ms. Manorino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Polgar, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of retail fraud. As previously indicated by the prosecutor in this case, the sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 9 months. Is there anything you'd like to say before the court assess cost in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, the court will assess cost of $450 during the next 9 months, sir. You can establish a payment plan with the court's collection department to pay that, along with the $280 that you owe on some other outstanding matters. Don't incur any new criminal offenses in the next 9 months, and the court will administratively review the file for dismissal at the conclusion of that period, okay?
All right.
Anything else in this case, Ms. Manorino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Polgar?
Not to do with the case, but if I can ask, I obtained a speeding ticket not too long ago. I'm assuming that's what you were talking about on the other matters. But so I just called the clerk and I set up a payment plan and it will all intertwine with each other.
Correct. It was a speeding ticket and a registration or plate civil infraction.
Yeah.
That's from January 13th. And when you
That's
set the
correct.
payment plan for this case, yeah, they'll make one payment plan for both things.
Is it possible to speak on behalf of the reasoning that why my tag was expired?
Not this morning because it's not on my docket, so I don't have the file.
All right. All right.
If you request a hearing, I don't know what the status of it is.
I mean, long story short, my co-signer had my car. I know that has nothing to do with this or anything along the lines of that. I actually obtained the car probably 3 days after I got the speeding ticket. It's a whole civil matter, I understand, but I wasn't even under the impression the tag was even bad.
Mr. Poker, what I'm saying is I don't have the case.
Okay.
So I appreciate your explanation, but it won't appear in the record of the case. If you want to go online to the court's website, you can pull up the ticket and submit a request for a hearing in the matter if it's not too late. It says it was issued on the 13th. Or
Yeah.
if there's something else you
Yeah,
want
it's
to do, if
been
you want to
over.
request a hearing in the case, you can. But for right now, because I don't have it, I don't know anything about it other than there was a note attached to the front of your file to let you know, to advise you that there is money due and owing. I don't know anything else about what happened on January
right.
13th.
All right. Thank you.
You're so welcome, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
They're dismissed.
This is 22WM015270T. This is Wayne County Airport versus Cortez Mendoza. May I have your appearances, please?
James Mena on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Hadley,
Good morning, Your Honor.
are you with Mr. Cortez or is
I-
Mr.?
That's one of Mr. Nunley's, I believe. Mr. Cortez,
Okay.
did you just meet with Mr. Nunley?
I did, yes.
Okay, yeah, I can hear him through our
He's-
wall, Your Honor. He's in the breakout room with another defendant.
I was
I'm
gonna
ready.
say, I'm sorry, Mr. Cortez, if you'd sit tight when Mr. Nunley pops out, I'll recall this case, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hadley, you were gonna say you're ready with Ms. Marshall?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Whenever the court's ready for us.
I'm ready for it right now. I just need to reach the file. It is 22WM013740M, Wayne County Airport versus Melissa Marshall. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Miss Melissa Marshall, who's appearing via Zoom, has waived her in-court presence. Miss Marshall, can you state your name for the court?
Yes, Melissa Marshall.
Thank you.
Today is the
You're-
day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. This file is currently in warrant status. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, as it relates to the warrant status, I did speak with Miss Marshall. It seems that there was a mailing issue. She's in New York. She has contacted the court, updated addresses, so I believe that was just a miscommunication. She, again, was not trying to abscond or avoid this issue. As it relates to resolution of the pending case, Miss Marshall would like to avail herself of the people's plea offer, whereby she would enter a plea of guilty under 771.1 with an agreed upon period of probation of 3 months. I'm sorry, with
The
the
court
understanding that
will-
the taser, it was a taser was the weapon, so there's no firearm to be returned.
Thank you. As a preliminary matter, the court will recall the warrant in this matter. Ms. Marshall, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Hadley this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible consequences.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation with him, you wish to accept the plea offer from the prosecutor, plead guilty to 1 count of the checkpoint violation, understanding that your sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on September 29, 2022 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation by taking a dangerous weapon through the checkpoint, that weapon being a taser?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to one count of checkpoint violation. As indicated previously, sentence in this matter would be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses and you pay the fines and costs assessed by the court. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Mr. Hadley, is there anything you wish to say before costs are imposed?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this was a regrettable mistake. Miss Marshall carries the taser for personal protection in New York. She was just, again, unaware that she had it on her at the time. She's a single mom, so money is tight right now. We would just ask the court to consider that when fashioning fines and costs.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall, the court will impose costs of $300. There was a $50 show cause fee and a $50 warrant fee. Ma'am, that's a total of $400. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you can reach out to the court's collection department. On the court's website, there's a drop-down box that says contact us. You can submit a request for a payment plan, or you can call the court and speak to someone in the collections department to establish a payment plan.
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall, good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. This is 2300080M Van Buren Township versus Matthew Parinello.
How you doing?
State your name for me, sir.
Matthew Parinello.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. The way the staff has you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
And you wish to proceed on your own?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes.
Ms. Manarino, is there any resolution in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. I've spoken with the complainant in this matter, and she was requesting that the case be dismissed, so we are moving to dismiss at this time.
Any objection to this dismissal, sir?
No, ma'am.
This case is dismissed. Mr. Parinello, have a good day, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. This is 22WM 015320M, Wayne County Airport versus Calvin Beatty. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Calvin Beatty, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Beatty, can you state your name for the court, please?
Calvin A. Beatty.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we were up before you on this matter before, and as we were entering the voir dire, we had a little bit of confusion. We intend today to plea as charged under 771.1 with the agreement that $130 in restitution is to be paid to Speedy Parking for the defrauding the innkeeper. Again, Mr. Beatty last time wasn't trying to claim that he hadn't done it. He thought it was his opportunity for allocution to explain to you what had happened versus just admitting guilt. So we would like to kind of do a repeat of that today. And once we're done, Mr. Beatty just wanted to quickly tell the court kind of what had happened.
Thank you. Mr. Beatty, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to defrauding an innkeeper.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes. Okay.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promising anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, no.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on October 3rd, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by leaving standard parking and failing to pay the amount due?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, my apologies. I misstated the parking provider previously.
Thank
It
you.
was standard parking, correct? You said, Your Honor?
Correct, sir.
Yes, my bad. Yes, we have no issue. We believe the elements have been satisfied.
Thank you. Mr. Beatty, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of defrauding an innkeeper as previously discussed and agreed by the attorneys. Sentencing in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the cost assessed by the court, pay the restitution to standard parking. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Mr. Hadley indicated that there was something you wish to say to the court before costs are assessed in this matter?
Yes, ma'am. There was, I was, as I was trying to explain, the situation was that when I had gotten back to Detroit and I got to the airport, I didn't know that the fee for the parking was going to be extra because my trip was delayed, and my layover was longer than expected. So when I got there, I did not have all of the money on me, and I was trying to ask if there was any sort of like thing we can, like a agreement we can come to, or like a plan or something like that. And pretty much I was just sitting there in the garage with my car, and I had to go to work in 3 hours, and there was no resolution, but they just sat there and stared at me and said that I could go, but my car could stay. I just don't understand. So in my moment of reaction to that, to their lack of action, I was forced to leave because I can't just stay in the parking garage. I have to go to work. So, and I was willing to pay the 130 and everything. If I didn't know I was gonna have to go to court for this, but I thought that this would be something that, I mean, I know y'all don't work for the airport, but I thought this was something that could easily be resolved had there been like a plan that they put in place as the company, instead of having people like sweating over.
And Mr. Beatty, thank you for sharing that with the court. As she understands, it was kind of a rock and a hard place situation for you. And again, this was the appropriate time to explain that, not previously. So thank you, Your Honor, for letting us address the court and kind of give a little explanation as to what happened.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Beatty, I appreciate your explanation. I've been in that same position where I'm shocked when I get to the gate.
Oh,
That being the case, though, Mr. Beatty, the court will assess minimal costs in this matter, be $100 in cost, and the $130 of restitution due to standard parking. So that's $230 total. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I just started a new job.
Understood. Mr. Beatty, you can do one of two things. You can go, or three things, actually. You can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button. Click, drop that down, submit a request for a payment plan. You can call the court's collection department, set a payment plan. You can come in physically to the courthouse, ask to speak to someone in the collections department, and they will set a payment plan in this matter. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for the court's time. Good luck to you, Mr. Beatty.
Thank you. Mr. Beatty, have a
you.
good day, sir. Good luck to you.
You
This
too.
is a recall of 22-WM01527 Wayne County Airport versus Cortez Mendoza. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Chase Menda appearing on behalf of the airport.
Roy Stanley on behalf of the defendant.
State your name for me, sir.
Hello?
Mr. Cortez,
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
state your name for me.
Josue Cortez.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding this morning?
For the arraignment, we waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, my client would like to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor of pleading responsible to the reduced charge of double parking in exchange for dismissal of the original charge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nunley, say that again.
Yeah, he's going to plead responsible to the reduced charge of double parking for $200 in exchange for dismissal of the registration plate violation.
Thank you. There's nothing on the plea form, so when you were saying it, I'm looking at a blank form that caught me off guard.
I think that means Mr. Mena has to pay the $200 double parking charge for him. Right? Isn't that what that means?
No, I that was a new one for me.
Mr. Cortez, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Nunley this morning. You understand the charges that you face and the possible penalties.
yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor to plead responsible to the added count of double parking.
Yes,
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on November 7th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Cortez, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. The original charge of the registration plate violation is dismissed. As previously indicated, the fine in this matter will be $200. There is a $100 outstanding for show cause fees. That's a total of $300. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you can go online to the court's website. There's a drop-down button where you can submit a request for a payment plan. You can call the court and speak to the collections department to establish a payment plan, or you can come into the courthouse and speak to someone in the collections department. They'll set a payment plan. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cortez, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 22-VB022520 M Van Buren Township versus Jordan. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Roy Stanley on behalf of the defendant.
State your name for the record, please.
Connor Jordan.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, we are asking for an adjournment so that we can get some discovery on this matter.
Any comment as to bond in this matter, Mr. Nunley?
I'd ask the court to consider a personal bond in this matter. Ms. Jordan did appear voluntarily. I think there was an issue where she just missed notice of the first hearing. Once she got this one, she appeared voluntarily on her own. So I don't believe that she's a flight risk. I don't believe that she's a danger to the community. So I do believe that a personal bond would be merited in this case.
Bond is set at 1,000 personal. Ms. Jordan, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll make a notation in the file that discovery's been requested. The adjourned pretrial date will be
February 16th at 9:10.
pretrial February 16, 2023 at 9:10 a.m. Back on Zoom, back with me. Anything else in this case, Ms. Manorino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Jordan, I'll see you on February 16th. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Deputy Pravanchi, how may I help you this morning, sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
I'm super. How are you?
Very good. I got one for you today. I got Myron Stanley.
What time is Mr. Stanley scheduled?
It's scheduled for 9 o'clock. We're just a tad early.
Oh, no, you're never too early, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Mr. Stanley is scheduled for an arraignment. I'm sorry, that's not accurate. There's not an updated ROA. Let's look back here.
Turn that down. Yeah.
So pre-trial, Mr. Batar is listed as the attorney. It's just, well, not just, it's MIDC. Do you want to get him in a breakout room with one of our MIDC attorneys, Mary Ann, please, and thank you.
Good morning. How are you?
This is,
Or this would be your attorney.
this is 21WM015328, Wayne County Airport versus Bilal Chroma.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
I'm present, Your Honor, as well, representing that.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding with the arraignment, sir?
Your Honor, would like to ask a waiver of the formal reading. And I'm gonna have my client stand mute.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena this morning?
I have not actually. No, I was gonna ask that.
I'll move them in a breakout room, Your Honor, when you're
Thank
ready.
you. I'm ready right now. If you want to go into a breakout room,
Thank you.
thank you.
And Your Honor, we're all set on 8:30 Lawrence Bly.
I'm looking for.
Mr. Bly is
Right now.
his phone or his camera's not working, but he's with us.
I see it. This is 2207940T. Van Buren Township versus Lawrence Bly. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Lawrence Bly, who's appearing via Zoom on his phone. Mr. Bly, please state your name for the court.
Lawrence Bly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after having a chance to review the prosecutor's plea offer and speak with the defendant, we would like to avail ourselves of the plea whereby the current charge of failure to stop at an accident causing property damage will be dismissed in exchange for a guilty plea of failure to report an accident.
Thank you. Mr. Bly, do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
Mr. Hadley, before you ask your client any other questions, sir, I know that you know this, but I'd like to put on the record. I want to disclose to you that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, the issuing agency in this matter. He doesn't know this case is scheduled this matter and has no impact on how this court proceeds. Knowing that, you still wish to continue with Mr. Bly's plea this morning.
Absolutely.
Mr. Bly, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything, get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on November 14, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you failed to report an accident?
Yes.
And this accident occurred at or near 8200 Haggerty Road?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manorino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bly, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of failure to report an accident. The original failing to stop or identify after a property damage accident is dismissed. Mr. Hadley, any comment before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Again, Your Honor, Mr. Bly accepts full responsibility for this matter. Had a chance to speak with him about this. It was a regrettable situation, and he looks to put this behind him and just ask for this court's mercy when issuing fines and costs.
Thank you. Mr. Bly, the court will assess $100 in fine, $100 in cost, $75 crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee. That's $345, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
No. 5 days to pay, sir. You can pay online. You can bring it to the court or you can mail it to the court, okay?
Okay, so I can, do you have the number I can call and do that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
I said, is there a number I can call to do that?
Yeah, sir, you can just call the courthouse. Yep, the number, do you have something to write on? I can give it to you really quickly here.
Yes, I do.
It is 734.
734.
941.
941.
4462.
4462.
Good luck to you, Mr. Bly. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Hadley.
it.
I was not making that out. This
Yeah,
is
the
a
audio's
recall of-
a little tough. I think I was getting it better on my end.
Well, it doesn't help that my speakers are at the back of the courtroom, so.
It was quiet. It was
This
quiet.
is this is a recall of 1532 Wayne County Airport versus Karma.
Rami Hijazi, P82830 on behalf of Karma.
And good morning, Your Honor. Changeman on behalf of the airport.
You've had
Bilal, are
a
you
chance to
present?
speak to Mr.
Yes, I'm
Mendenhall.
here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I'm-
Yep, we did.
Your Honor, we're going to reduce the charge to an allowing. He's going to plead to allowing and we'll dismiss the original fail to display valid license.
Thank you. There was a bench warrant previously issued in this matter. That warrant is recalled. Mr. Karma, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney, and it's your desire to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive this morning?
Yes, I do.
You understand that the court accepts your plea in this matter. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
no,
Are you pleading guilty because you, I'm sorry, you can put your hand down. Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes,
Sir, is it true that on July 3rd, 2021, at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hajazi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original charge of failing to display a valid license. Is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed in this matter, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Karma is wheelchair bound, unfortunately, and he has accessibility issues. Recently moved to Nevada, close to Las Vegas. He hired me to help him clear all of his affairs in Michigan. He had something in Plymouth holding him up, and he had something here. And so we took care of everything. He's paid off. This is the last stem before the pathway to his driver's license, we're hoping, in Nevada. And Bilal, if there's anything you want to add that I may have missed, please do so now.
no, I just wanted to thank the court and the prosecutor, and thank you on me as well for everything.
Thank you. The court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter, be a $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's a $50 warrant fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I don't.
You said no, you don't?
No, I
No.
don't.
Okay. Sir, you can pay online, you can mail it into the court, or you can bring it in. I'm sorry, you said a different state.
Yeah.
5 days to pay. Anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hajazi?
Nothing other than we appreciate your time and thank you for the offer to the prosecutor. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Sir, you're
Have
free
a
to
good
go. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is 22VB01948 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Lisa Fanti.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Ms. Fante. Judge, I need to meet with the prosecutor if I could, please, in a breakout.
Thank you. Marianne will get you moved into a breakout room with Ms. Manarino.
Thank you.
Mr. Canzano?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your client with you by any chance?
Yes, he is. He just stepped out of the office, but he's out in the parking lot. I'll have to go get him. Is
Do
he
you
here?
need to speak to Mr. Mena or have you already spoken to him?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Mena, please.
We'll get you into a breakout room with him. You want me to go get him? Mr. Shand, are we ready with Ms. Holmes?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Ms. Manarino,
I just talked with her.
she's in a breakout room right now. When she comes out.
We're just gonna get,
actually-
we're just gonna adjourn it out 30 days, Your Honor, just to give Angelita more time in recovery.
Mr. Shan, when she comes out, looks like your client will probably be second. I'm waiting for the in custody case to come back.
Okay.
Judge, I'm here for collections if you need me.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning. I'm good. How are you? Whatever. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Darkening my doorstep.
Okay, so.
This is 3 WM 0001400M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Nikola Petkovich. Have your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Munn appearing on behalf of the airport.
And Roger Gonzalez, Your Honor, 11586, appearing on behalf of the defendant. He's right in the picture too, right there.
State your name for me, sir.
Nikola Petrovich.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding with the arraignment, sir?
No contest. He plays no contest for the charge, Your Honor.
No contest to the charge?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we're gonna do a reduced charge for plea 771, no contest for 3 months.
Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, you've had a chance to speak to your attorney regarding the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I have.
And after doing so, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor, enter a no contest plea to the sole count in this matter of disorderly person.
Yes.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything.
Yes, the free. Okay.
And the factual basis for the plea, Mr. Canzano?
I'm satisfied with the report. Your Honor,
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm satisfied with the report that was filed as the basis of the plea of no contest.
Thank you. Mr. Mena, were you starting to say something?
No, Your Honor, I can put some facts on if you need it.
Would you please?
Yes, Your Honor, on January 4th of 2023 at approximately 5:49 at the Wayne County Metropolitan Airport in the city of Romulus, the defendant was intoxicated to such a point that he was removed from the airplane. He was loud in the airport itself, using some foul language and disturbing the ordinary flow of traffic in the airport.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mena. Mr. Petkovich, the court accepts your no contest plea to the disorderly person charges matters previously agreed by and between the attorneys. Sentencing this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new crimes in the state of Michigan and pay the $300. The court will review the matter for administrative dismissal in 3 months' time. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, 5 days is sufficient. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Canzano?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello.
No. Did someone speak to Mr. Stanley from Wayne County Jail? Sir, I'm sorry, whoever this is with a red shirt with the ceiling fan behind you, your name, please?
My name is Clarissa Provost. I think I may be on the wrong meeting. I'm not sure, but I do have a letter here saying they're giving me this, telling me I have to do this ID court ending in 8882.
What time is the hearing?
9 a.m.
And your name again? I'm sorry.
Clarissa Provost.
I don't see you at 9 a.m. Ma'am, you're gonna see an invitation to go into a breakout room to talk to a clerk so they can get you labeled and get you where you're supposed to be, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is 2207980M. This is Van Buren Township versus Holmes. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
David Shan on behalf of Angelita Holmes, who is here via Zoom. Angie, can you please unmute yourself and state your name for the record?
Angelita Holmes.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial. Ms. Manarino, Mr. Shan indicated that the parties had agreed to adjourn this matter for 30 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
That 30 days will be
March 2nd at 9:50.
March 2nd, 2023 at 9:50 a.m. back here in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Shan?
No, thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Angie. Thank you for your help here.
Thank you.
Ms. Holmes, good luck to you, ma'am. I'll see you in a month.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day. This is 22VB01948 A and B, Van Buren Township versus Fanti. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And William Mays on behalf of Ms. Fante, who is here present via Zoom. Ms. Fante, unmute yourself and state your name, please. We can hear. Oh, there you go. Just say your name.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
Lisa M. Fante, Fante.
Your Honor, the
Thank you.
prosecutor and I are unable to resolve this case, so we're going to set it for a jury trial.
A jury trial on.
Yep. That's the trial
No,
penalty for the
Mr.
prosecutor.
Mays, that didn't require you to say anything else. I'm just looking at my calendar. Give me a moment.
Oh, no
Is
problem.
discovery complete?
You know, I don't know if we've even got any discovery, to be honest with you.
I'll check, and if we haven't sent it over, I'll have it sent to you.
I'm just looking at our calendar. I think we have something on the 24th of March. How long would it take you to be ready, Ms. Manarino?
Not long, Your Honor. It's a relatively simple case.
Mr. Maynard.
I can do March 24th, but Judge, before we
No,
schedule that-
we have something else on March 24th. I don't want you to be second to something else.
Gotcha.
And I want to see, I don't have a calendar for who else has something scheduled in March. Is there a day of the week that works better for you if we go? March 10th, maybe? Marianne, I want to see if there's anything else scheduled going on.
Yes, Judge, you have something there.
Oh.
And Your Honor, I don't want to interrupt you, but we've got 2 other cases up this morning that are refiled that Ms. Manarino and I are setting for jury trial that will have several witnesses. I don't know if those are assigned to you or if they're going to get spun because they originally were.
No, they're here.
They're here. Okay.
They're here.
So
So,
let's look at it. I'm trying to, Mr. Mays, I'm just trying to look at some other dates.
no problem. Go.
March 31st? Mary Ann, I throw these dates out here and I'm always hopeful. I don't have anything scheduled. I'll look to see. I don't see anything else scheduled in the building on March 31st, Mary Ann. Do you?
I already have a jury trial that morning, Your Honor, in Detroit. I'm a jury trial machine.
Do we want to do it on a different day? I usually say Friday, but do we want to do it on a different day?
One of the other cases, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, we're scheduling for a Monday, right, Angela?
If the court will allow us to, that.
If the
yeah,
court
that's
will
fine.
allow us to do a jury trial.
I
that
am
day.
happy to do, I'm happy to do it any day you want. I'm just looking at, today is the second, 1, 2, 3, 4. What does February 27th look like? I don't see anything.
I have the 27th available, Your Honor.
For this case or for one of the DUI cases?
For this
I
case,
guess-
sir.
No, not for this case, Judge. If we're gonna, for the Ms. Manarino and I want to do one of the DUI cases on a Monday so that my students from the forensic science course can see the experts testify.
So you want me to upset my docket for you to have your show?
No, we're just switching out, one trial for another trial.
Then propose a date, sir, because I'm trying to go around.
For Ms. Fante, we don't really care. I mean, honestly, we don't want to go to trial. We keep begging Ms. Manarino to make us a reasonable offer. She's just an unreasonable person at this time.
Is it possible that you're the unreasonable person?
No, I mean, we're talking nothing.
And not nothing, just not
Not
as
even
much
a
as he
crumb.
wants, Judge.
Okay, now that we've had the fun of that,
Yes.
I'm still trying to figure out. Oh, Mary Ann, March 3rd?
I can do that.
Yeah, that would be fine.
I'm just double checking. We have arraignments that day, but that's not. There's nothing else scheduled in the building that day. So March 3rd. Do you anticipate any preliminary matters on that day, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mays?
Nothing preliminary. I've got to look at this and see if I might be able to suppress statements made by the defendant.
So if there are some preliminary matters, I'd like you to be, for you and Ms. Manarino to be earlier than the jury so that we can address those. So I
Okay.
will have the jury March 3rd, 2023 at 9, the parties, the attorneys at 8:30.
Okay.
March 3rd, live, number 1, 8:30 for the defendant and the attorneys, 9 o'clock for the jury. We'll get that down to Carol to get it on the docket. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank
Anything
you.
else, Mr. Mays? Thank you. Ms. Fanti, I will see you here in the courthouse on March 3rd, ma'am. Have a good day.
You too, thank you.
Thank you. This is 2105220M. Van Buren Township versus Myron Stanley. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manarino, on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant.
Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding this morning?
After speaking with my client, he has decided to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor, which would be dismissal of the interference with police charge in exchange for a guilty plea of breach the peace with credit for time served. If the court will accept it.
Thank you.
for time served.
Mr. Nunley, before I inquire of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make this disclosure as Van Buren Township is the public safety department that issued the citation in this matter. Knowing that, do you still wish to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stanley, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case this morning with Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, good morning. Yes, Your Honor. How's your day going?
So far, so good, sir. Thank you.
That's good.
Sir,
Yes,
you
I
understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
no,
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
yes,
Sir, is it true that on June 21st, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you committed a breach of the peace by making a noise, disturbance, trouble, or other improper diversion or any route or riot by which the peace or good order of the township were disturbed?
yes,
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stanley, the court accepts your plea of guilty to count 1, breach of the peace, and will dismiss count 2, interfering with police. As previously discussed and offered by the attorneys, the court will credit you with time served in this matter in lieu of any fines and costs. We'll give you credit for 30 days and consider the matter closed. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, my client did want me to inquire of the court. I don't know if this is true. Does the court have any access in front of it to see what warrants he has open? He's being held. He's out on a few personal bonds, but he's not exactly sure, and he can't seem to get the information in jail. I don't know if the court has access to it.
I don't see anything in my file. There's nothing attached to the front of Mr. Stanley's file. What we can do is get him into a breakout room with one of our clerk. Oh, yes, Mackenzie's available. We'll get him back into a breakout room with Mackenzie. And Marianne, if you could let her know that that's what we're looking for to see if Mr. Stanley has some other hope. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what's been going on is they've been telling me after like today you just dismissed this case, they're holding me, telling me that I have court with this case still. So can I please get some kind of documentation forwarded to me? Because if not, I won't have no proof that I've been to court. They told me that they didn't, a week later after I went to court in Canton, they said they were still waiting on paperwork and I had a personal bond from them. Even with this case, when I went to court on the 18th, I got a personal bond. And they kept telling me, you got court February the 2nd. That's why they were still holding me. So I need some kind of paper. I have never received no paperwork for none of my court cases.
It's slightly different than what Mr. Nunley asked. He asked, did you have any other holds?
That's another thing. I wanted to add this also though. So I'm going through both. I'm dealing with that there, what he spoke on, and what I just inquired about.
Okay. Well, Mr. Stanley, all that I can do for you right now is I'll put you into a room where you'll talk to Mackenzie and she'll look to see if there's any holes. I don't have any information in the file that tells me that. That's number one. Number two, when I'm done with the file, my secretary will take it and do the paperwork that closes the file out and she can transmit that information to the jail. So that should address your two concerns in,
Can you have a word with this deputy and because he just told me that I got sentenced Friday from Livonia and I'm receiving no paperwork, no sentencing transcripts, so I can challenge the sentence because it's double jeopardy. My probation for that case was closed, and they just turned around and arraigned me again and sentenced me. Deputy Provenci just told me that no paperwork, y'all don't allow that. They don't do it. But if you send me a copy
if I send you a copy of what, sir?
of my sentences, of this result.
I just told you that. I just told you that when I'm done with the file, my secretary will take it, enter it into our system, and she can transmit to the jail as relates to this case. Whatever happened with you and 16th on Friday, that's not a thing for me. I offered to put you into a breakout room with our clerk downstairs who can let you know if there's any other holds on you, but I don't have that information in the file. So on your screen in 1 second, you'll see an invitation to go into the clerk meeting room. My secretary will let Mackenzie know that that's what we're trying to get done.
Okay, it's trying to ask for me to join right now.
Would you please?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Deputy.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Be safe.
You too, sir.
Ma'am, do you need to see Mr. Stanley again or just with the attorney?
No, just with Mackenzie.
Perfect.
Just
Thank
into
you.
the breakout with the clerk. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
This is 23 WM 0008 OM, Wayne County Airport versus Dow. May I have your appearances, please?
James Van appearing on behalf of the airport, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Dow. Your Honor, first issue of order with the Mr. Dow's case, I need to update the court with his correct address. His current address, if everyone's ready for me, is 2214 Marty, M-A-R-T-Y Lane, Santa Ana, California, 92706. Okay, so we will need to set this matter for another arraignment free trial with a Vietnamese interpreter.
That new date will be
March 2nd at 8:40.
Very good. He had a family friend who was there who was kind of able to interpret a little bit, but it was not working. So I think he misunderstood. He logged out a little bit earlier, Your Honor. So I don't think we need to try calling them back because I don't think it would be very fruitful at this point.
I saw the note from Mary Ann. We'll adjourn the matter to March 2nd. There's a notation now in the file that we need a Vietnamese interpreter, 8:40 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We have is Mr. Bowditch still here? No, Crawford. 22WM018040M Wayne County Airport versus Anitra Crawford. Your appearance, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Van appearing on behalf of the airport.
Ma'am, state your name for me.
Yes, Anitra Crawford.
Ms. Crawford, the way the staff had you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate, ma'am?
That's correct.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to the prosecutor in this matter?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Minna, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to discuss this matter with Ms. Crawford. She is going to plead guilty today to trespassing. That'll be taken pursuant to 771 for a period of 3 months. The only condition is no pay her fines and costs, if any, and no criminal convictions. And I think then she'd want to allocate on her behalf for fines and costs, regarding fines and costs.
Thank you. Ms. Crawford, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
that's correct.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
That's correct.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No,
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
yes,
Ma'am, is it true that on December 27th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you trespassed at the McNamara departure area?
that's correct.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Ms. Crawford, the court will accept your plea of trespass. The sole charge in this matter, as previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the costs assessed by the court. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. There was something you wanted to say before costs were assessed, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I had shared with Mr. Mena that I was, well, I'm currently homeless, and that was the purpose of why I kept attending there, because it was a safe area, lit and out in the public where I can just get in to charge my phone and leave immediately. Because of who I had someone around me that caused the attention of the police to actually have to deal with me of both times. So I told Mr. Mena that I will keep my word to not go on the premise again, but that was my only purpose of being there, because of my condition and not being able to find a decent place to charge my phone at the time. And so since I haven't been there and I found another way to go about of the situation, that was my only reason of why I was there at the airport in the first place.
Ms. Crawford, how do you support yourself, ma'am?
I have a SSI income, and I work with counselors of trying to get myself together, of getting a car, so that way I can take a second stream of income to try to help with the rest of the bills and other aspects of what I'm trying to take care of currently.
Ms. Crawford, the court will impose minimal fines, a minimal cost in this matter, just $100.
I needed time to pay that.
Absolutely, ma'am. We're going to move you into the collections department.
Okay.
You can speak to Maria about a payment plan, okay? Other than that, no new criminal offenses for 3 months, and the court will review the matter for administrative dismissal, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. Please join her there.
Okay.
Madam Interpreter.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How may I help you?
Well, my name is Kim Hao Opris. I am here for the case 23 WM 0008 for Huy Minh Do.
Ma'am, I called that case and Mr. Doe has left. We've adjourned the case to March the 2nd at 8:40 a.m.
March 2nd.
At 8:40 a.m.
Yes. Well, in my form, I'm supposed to be here at 9:20, Your Honor. Mr. Doe must be very early, because I'm being told to, to get, on Zoom at 9:20.
And I was the attorney who met with him, ma'am. He was early, but I was unable to, we weren't able to communicate clearly that he needed to wait longer. So yes, he did log in early, but I couldn't tell him to stay, or at least it wasn't understood. So just if that helps out with when you speak with him.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Hadley.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll see you
Thank
on March 2nd.
Yes, I will see you. I will come earlier, which means I will get in really early, hope, just in
Thank you.
case,
Wait, before she goes, Judge, do you want me to try calling the defendant?
If you want, if you were able to, if we have a good phone number for him.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't mean to butt in. I was kicked from the meeting. I just want to make sure my case wasn't called.
Mr. Ford, I haven't called your case. Your file was right under my right elbow.
He needs to join the breakout room. I've been trying to get him in there and unsuccessfully. I'm gonna try to
Mr. Ford,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you hear my secretary?
Yes, I'm actually having.
She's
trouble
trying to get you
navigating.
into a breakout room. Please respond to that request, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And then we'll try to get Mr. Doe back. And then we have, ma'am, sit tight. We'll see if we can get the defendant back.
Yes,
We have
thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. We have 22 VB 02343 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus David Dick. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. David Dick, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Dick, please state your name for the court.
David Dick.
Your
Thank
Honor,
you. Today's the day and time set for,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, Mr. Hadley, you please proceed.
I was gonna try to just make this one quick. Your Honor, we're gonna need a new date. Van Buren Township Police Department did email me on Tuesday that the discovery has been mailed out. We're just waiting on that. So we would just ask the court to set the matter out long enough to allow us to review that and file any motions that may be necessary.
February 16th or March the 2nd, sir?
Your Honor, I apologize briefly. Let me just pull my calendar up to make sure. I believe I'm with, will the case stay with you?
Yes, sir.
February 16th. Or March, what was this? Yeah, March 2nd. That was the other date.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if we could do March 2nd, I'm House Counsel with you that day.
March 2nd, 2023 at
8:30.
8:30. Anything else in this case, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you for accommodating.
Mr. Dick, was there something you want to say, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll see you here on March the 2nd. Have a good day, Mr. Dick. Good to see you.
Thank you. Same here.
Mr. Bowdish, have you spoken to Mr. Ford?
No, Your Honor. I just got done with Miss Gilmore.
I'll call Ms. Gilmore and then you and Mr. Ford can go into Mr. Ford can go into a breakout room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 2207640M Van Buren Township versus Deborah Gilmore. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Miss Gilmore. Miss Gilmore, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Deborah Gilmore.
Thank you, ma'am. Judge, today's the date time set for a pretrial in this matter. We are requesting a bench trial.
That live bench trial date will be
March 2nd at 11:30.
March 2nd, 2023 at 11:30 a.m. here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Miss Gilmore, that means 11129 Wayne Road, City of Romulus, courtroom number 1 at 11:30 a.m. on March the 2nd. That's a Thursday. Anything else, Miss Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you. Oh, Your Honor, there was, I apologize, I forgot one thing. I believe there was an order for fingerprints on this case. I don't know how the court wants to honor that now.
Ms. Manarino, could I also get some discovery on this?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, there is. Ms. Gilmore, the court is signing an order for fingerprints. Please present yourself to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety to have your fingerprints taken on or before that March 2nd, 2023 date. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, that was it, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Gilmore. I'll see you here on March the 2nd. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
I'll be in touch.
And then
Ms.
Mr.
Gilmore.
Ford and Mr. Bowditch.
Okay.
Thank you. Is Attorney Burgess here? Mr. Davis,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning, sir. What are you here for?
I'm here on Jacob Zapla.
At what time?
It was set at 9:15.
And we have not spoken on that one, Your Honor.
Okay,
So I can move him into my waiting room if that,
thank you. That'd
Yep.
be great. To the gentleman in the plaid shirt, your name, sir? Oh, maybe not. Oh.
Mr. Ford, you have to join the breakout room, please.
I'm not getting a notification to join.
Mr. Hall?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. This is
Oh.
2207250M.
How the fuck you join the
This
breakout
is-
room on the stupid ass sheet? Do this.
Oh,
I see him, thank you.
thank you. Anh Huy.
Dạ,
Tôi là người thông dịch viên của anh nhé.
dạ.
You said what?
Ngày hôm nay nói là 9:20.
Ma'am, we're
Yes,
gonna
I
get you
just
into a breakout room. Yep, we're
Thank
gonna
you,
get you
Your
into a
Honor.
breakout room to talk to him. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Họ cho vào cái breakout room nhá, bấm vào trong đó.
Yeah.
Mr.
join.
Ford, what's the issue, sir?
I'm not able to join. I'm not getting a notification on it for a breakout room. Can you hear me, Your Honor?
What kind of device are you on, sir?
iOS, iPhone.
And if you tap your screen, you can't, it's not giving, you're not seeing any options on being able to move around?
No.
Mr. Hadley, Mr. Dow is back and he's in there with an interpreter, with the
I'll hop in.
interpreter.
I'll go hop in right now. Let me find him real quick.
Mr. Ford, I'll get my secretary to send you another, oh, I can see that you're supposed to be in room 15, sir.
I should be receiving the notification to join the breakout room, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm not receiving that notification.
And I thought I saw you in there before.
I've already sent it a few times, Judge.
I know, I can see it.
Can you hear me, Your Honor?
I can hear you, sir. You're,
Okay, I'm on the screen where I see everyone. At the bottom, it says participants, chat, reaction, share, whiteboard. I don't have a notification. I can start my video if you would like, but I don't have a notification to join the breakout room.
Mr. Ford, I hear you and I understand that, but I'm looking at my screen and it's telling me that you're assigned to breakout room number 15.
So how
It's
would I
telling me
join
that she has sent you what you need to get where you're supposed to be. Okay, let's try this again. To the gentleman in the plaid shirt, your name. How do you keep moving it around? Oh, Mr. Burgess.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ooh, good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well. Yourself, Judge? Are you having technical issues?
No, no technical issues. It's just Thursday.
Oh, okay. I understand.
And Miss Manarino has gone into a breakout room. So I saw you and I saw your client. I was trying to call your case before, but sit tight when Miss Manarino comes out. We'll get you called so you can get you on your way.
Okay, Judge.
Did you need to speak to her or had you already spoken to her?
I think we need to, we have Miss Manarino have a plan for this matter. We do have a resolution prior to trial, but we're probably going to need a later date, either another adjourned pretrial or a bench trial. She knows what we're doing. We've talked many times about these cases, so.
So you, Mr. Roberson, and then Mr. Bankert, we're just waiting for the prosecutor to come back out, and then we have Mr. Blake and Mr. Pitts. To the gentleman with the plaid shirt, your name, please.
Deshaun Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Pitts, did you need to speak to your client?
Your Honor, I think we're in good shape. We are still negotiating and probably need another date.
So the answer is no.
No, but Judge, can I throw out one other thing? I am standing in for.
No, you can't. No, you can't, because what I want to do is I see Mr. I know these two cases are supposed to be traveling together. So my question was going to be, did you need to speak to Mr. Mena, or was I okay to call Mr. Davis and Mr. Sanford and we can get you guys going where you need to be?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Which part to the multiple choice
question?
question?
Judge, to the latter. Feel free to call us so we can be where we need to be. That's music to my ears, Judge.
When I see you pop in, I know you're ready, and Mr. Mena's just laughing. So let me just find Mr. Sanford's file. Okay, let's try this. These are 22WM015230M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Devontae Sanford. And then there's 22WM015240M, Wayne County Airport versus Deshaun Davis.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor.
Please.
James, not appearing on behalf of the airport.
And may it please the court, Your Honor, good morning. Byron Pitts, attorney of record for Deshaun Davis. We're ready to go forward. And with the permission and consent of Devontae Sanford, I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Wright Blake, with the permission and consent of Mr. Sanford. Is that true, Mr. Sanford?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Mr. Sanford, no. 1 second. Mr. Sanford, I need you to turn your video on, state your name for the record, sir.
My name Devontae Sanford. My camera broke.
And Mr. Davis, state your name for the record.
Deshaun Davis.
Thank you. The last time we were here, the case was adjourned because reports had not been sent to defense counsel. Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I know the reports have been forwarded. I believe that we're continuing our discussions in an attempt to resolve this case.
How long of adjournment are we looking for?
21 days, 30 days or less, two to 3 weeks, no more than a month, 2 weeks, 30 days, something like that.
Marianne, is there space on that March 2nd docket?
Yes, at 8:50.
At what? 8:50? We're adjourned this to March 2nd at 8:50 a.m. back on Zoom, back here in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Pitts?
Your Honor, nothing other than it was great to see you. And nothing else on behalf of the defendant, Sanford or Davis.
Thank you. Mr. Pitts, have a good day. Good to see you. Mr. Sanford and Mr. Davis, have a good day. I'll see you back here on March 2nd.
Good to see you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Manarino, we're going to do Roberson and then
Thank you, ma'am.
Bankert, and then maybe the interpreter's back, yes, and we'll get that case called. But for right now, we are at 193016 OD, 193017 OT, and 193018 OT. These are all Van Buren Township versus Antonio Roberson. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, David Burgess on behalf of Antonio Robinson as to all three matters.
Mr.
Roberson,
Roberson,
excuse
state your name for me, sir.
Antonio Roberson.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, how are we proceeding this morning?
I believe, Ms. Manarino, if I'm correct, I think we have to go into March for this and then we have a resolution.
Yes, Your Honor, if
Okay.
we could go into the courts, I think March 16th docket, I believe we'll be able to resolve the matter at that time.
March 16th at what time, Mary Ann?
8:30.
March 16, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. back here on Zoom in number 1. Possible resolution of the matter, all three cases. Anything else, Ms. Manarino, in these cases?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Burgess?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Roberson. I'll see you here on March the 16th, sir. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. This is 2207250 OM Van Buren Township versus Peter Bankert. Your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Hall appearing for and on behalf of Mr. Bankert, who is seated to my left, appearing via Zoom without objection today. Mr. Bankert, could you state your name for the record, please? Peter Bankert. Thank you.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial. Mr. Hall, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would request an adjourned final pretrial. I had a good conversation with Ms. Manarino yesterday, sort of about where we're at. We do see room for potential continued negotiation, but we're also discussing jury versus bench, and that is still up in the air. I don't think we need a whole lot of time to figure this out, Judge, but if we could get 2 to 3 weeks, as we've just had, I would say, useful discussions, I would appreciate that.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the complainant is here this morning for the final pretrial in person. Debbie, can you state your name for the record?
Debbie Wojciechowski.
Your Honor, I would ask that if a court adjourns this for a final pretrial, that the court waive the complainant's appearance as she has come in person this morning.
No objection.
Ms. Wojciechowski, I appreciate your appearance this morning. You do not need to appear at the adjourned date. That adjourned date will be
February 16th at 9:20.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you, I'm sorry, you said February 16th?
Your Honor, I'm in person. What court am I in person at?
Celine.
I'm in person in Saline that morning, Judge.
March 2nd at 8:40.
That does work for my calendar, Your Honor.
I will see you back here on Zoom on March 2nd at 8:40 a.m. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hall?
Nothing further. Good to see you both.
Good to see you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Take care, Your Honor.
Mr. Haley, are we ready for the recall of Dow?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
This is a recall of 23WM00080M Wayne County Airport versus Dow. May I have your appearances, please?
Anh Huy có ngày đó hay không? Trả
Dạ,
lời.
có.
Present, Your Honor. And my name is Kim
Thank
Hao
you.
Okris. I'm the Vietnamese interpreter appointed for this case.
Ms. Albers, will you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that you will translate English into Vietnamese and Vietnamese into English to the best of your ability?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Thank you.
Đây là đang gọi cho người thông dịch viên thề. Okay.
Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Thế thì ông Hadley bây giờ mình làm việc như thế nào?
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be availing ourselves of the airport's plea offer.
Chúng tôi chấp nhận cái lời đề nghị của công tố.
Whereby the misdemeanor of abandoning personal property shall be dismissed.
Thì xem như là cái khinh tội bỏ rơi đồ vật lại tại phi trường sẽ coi như là bỏ đi.
And in exchange, Mr. Dow will plead responsible to the civil infraction of a $300 double parking ticket.
Thì như vậy đó là anh Huy sẽ phải, ông Huy sẽ phải nhận cái tội rằng là cũng như là đậu 2 lên và đóng tiền phạt là 300.
Mr. Dow has been advised of his rights by counsel and has waived his right to have a hearing and would like to enter the plea.
Thì như vậy đó là ông Huy đã được nói về vấn đề quyền lợi của anh, và anh bỏ tất cả những cái quyền của mình và nhận cái tội ngày hôm nay.
We lost Mr. Dow, which is why I'm waiting. He's
Huy.
joining right now. Mr. Dow, raise your right hand for me, please, sir.
Anh Huy, giơ tay phải lên thề.
Yeah.
Do you swear from the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Anh thề rằng đó là tất cả những cái lời khai đều là sự thật và hoàn toàn là sự thật.
Dạ đúng ạ.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
You've had a chance to talk to Mr. Hadley this morning and understand your rights.
Bỏ tay xuống đi ha. Và anh đã có thời gian nói chuyện với là ông Hadley buổi sáng nay rồi đó phải không?
Dạ.
Và cũng được khuyên. Yes.
And you wish to waive those rights and enter a plea of responsible to double parking.
Thì như vậy đó là anh coi như là anh đã bỏ những cái quyền của mình để ra tòa đó. Thì để chấp nhận cái tội gọi là đậu hai lên, phải không?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you will not have a trial of any kind?
Và anh cũng hiểu rằng đó là nếu mà chấp nhận đó, thì anh sẽ không phải ra tòa.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf.
Như vậy đó là anh cũng không có cơ hội đó là gọi người làm chứng cho anh.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Như vậy đó là anh chấp nhận cái lời đề nghị này đó là tự nguyện phải không?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything.
Có ai còn hứa hẹn gì khác không?
Dạ không ạ.
No, Your Honor.
Is it true that on January 4th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, you were double parked?
Như vậy đó có đúng không là cái ngày mùng 4 tháng 1 năm 2023 vừa qua thì tại phi trường ở Wayne County đó là thì anh đã đậu 2 lên đúng không?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Như vậy đó tòa án bằng lòng.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Nhận lý cũng bằng lòng.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court accepts a plea of responsible to double parking.
Như vậy đó là tòa án chấp nhận cái tội gọi rằng là nhận cái trách nhiệm đó là đậu 2 lên.
And dismisses the misdemeanor.
Và bỏ cái tội hình sự.
Mr. Dow, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300?
Cái gì đó anh Huy, anh có cần 5 ngày để trả tiền hay không?
Dạ không ạ.
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay $300.
Như vậy nhưng mà tòa án cũng cho anh 5 ngày để mà trả $300. Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anh có gì nữa hay không?
Yeah.
Mr. Dow, you're free to go.
Như vậy đó anh Huy, coi như là đã xong rồi, anh có thể ra.
Dạ, cảm ơn.
Thank
Ms.
you, Your
Alvarez,
Honor.
thank you for your assistance.
Con trả
Thank you,
tiền.
Your Honor.
Làm sao để con trả tiền ạ?
Lên trên mạng đó, anh lên trên mạng ha, vào trong cái mạng của tòa án này nè, tòa án 34 ha, thì trong đó có lời chỉ dẫn cho anh trả. Không đó thì anh đến thẳng tòa, anh đi vào trong đó anh trả, có vậy thôi.
Dạ.
Hay là anh lấy cái địa chỉ của tòa án gửi check tới cũng được.
Dạ.
Huy hiểu chứ?
Dạ hiểu.
Ok, bye
Have
Huy.
a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. He just want to ask that's how he's going to pay. So I told him that maybe you will have to go into the site of the court. So maybe like that, or pass by the court and pay.
He can pay online. He can pay on the court's website.
Yes, cứ vô trong trong vi tính á, ha, lên lên cái site của tòa án, xong rồi vào trong đó là trả thôi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, cô.
Bye. Bye, Huy.
Yeah.
This is a recall of 2207090M, Van Buren Township versus Devontae Ford. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor.
On behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Devontae Ford.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, today's date and time set for pretrial in this matter. We do have a plea agreement in which Mr. Ford would be pleading guilty to an added count of being a disorderly person, with the understanding the original charge would be dismissed. There also is a matter of restitution, Your Honor, that Mr. Ford has agreed to pay.
The restitution in what amount to Menard, sir?
$1,899, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Ford, raise your right hand for me, please, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened
You
to your
have video,
video?
Mr. Ford?
1 second. 1 second, Your Honor.
Good.
Thank you. Sir, do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch, before I inquire any further of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety issued the citation in this matter. Knowing that, do you still wish to proceed with the plea?
Still wish to proceed, Your Honor. Mr. Ford, you can put your
Thank
hand
you,
up.
Mr. Ford, you've had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Bowditch. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, is your desire to plead guilty to the added count of being a disorderly person?
Added count to what, Your Honor?
The added count of being a disorderly person with the dismissal of the larceny case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ford, is it true that on August 1st, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you were a disorderly person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you engaged in a course of behavior that disrupted the orderly flow of things at Menards.
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Ford, the court accepts your plea of disorderly person and will dismiss the larceny case. Mr. Bowditch, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ford, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $345. There's also the issue of restitution to Menards in the amount of $1,899. Sir, are you able to pay those amounts within the next 5 days, or do you need a payment plan?
Payment plan, Your Honor.
Mr. Ford will get you moved into a breakout room. You'll be able to discuss a payment plan with the collections department. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Shit, man.
Mr. Ford, good luck to you. Please join the breakout room with Maria for a payment plan. Mr. Bajorek, I see your client here. Do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Your Honor, this is a joint arraignment and pretrial. I do not need to speak to Ms. Manarino today. I could be in contact with her afterwards if that's all right with the court and Ms. Manarino.
That's absolutely fine, sir. I saw your client join us. This is 2300290D. This is Van Buren Township versus Marvin Miller. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Bajorek, P39096, on behalf of Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, will you state your name for the court, please?
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'll be filing on Mr. Miller. I thought I already had filed.
I'm sorry, are you referring to Mr. Marvin Miller?
Yeah, Marvin Miller.
I filed my appearance and I spoke to Mr. Miller this morning, sir.
Really?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Miller?
Is Mr.
Is
Miller
he
on?
I have an appearance from Mr. Bajorek, which is why I called the case.
Yes, I filed my appearance more than a week ago, counsel.
Okay, is that what he wants to do? Are you
Mr. Miller?
retained? You're not appointed?
No, I'm retained, sir.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Sorry.
Mr. Mays, as much as I appreciate you disrupting my docket this morning, Mr. Miller, if you'd unmute yourself and state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Marvin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Bajorek. For purposes of arraignment, what say you on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading. Ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty on behalf of the gentleman for the time being, please.
Thank you. And as to bond in this matter?
Your Honor, Mr. Miller was previously charged with an offense arising out of the same incident. It was subsequently dismissed. He was previously represented by Mr. Mays. I think that's where the confusion comes in to play. But he did appear, in my understanding, at all previous proceedings, and he's a lifelong resident of Wayne County, employed by Detroit Public Schools as a teacher. I don't believe he's any risk of flight from the jurisdiction of the court. Will comply with all orders of the court. I'd ask for a personal bond, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, your bond in this matter will be set at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. A condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The pretrial in this case will be scheduled for
February 16th at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
February 16th. You're welcome, sir. At 9:30 a.m. back here on Zoom in number 1. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bajorek?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too, Mr. Miller. I'll see you in a couple of weeks, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
This is 22VB026820M. This is Van Buren Township versus Eric Boatwright. Your appearances, please.
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Eric Boatwright. Mr. Boatwright, there he
Sir,
is.
state your name for me, please.
Eric Boatwright.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would ask for an adjournment to allow for discovery.
In the interim, Mr. Boatwright, your bond in this matter will be set at
Oh.
1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. That adjourned pretrial date will be
February 16th at 9:30.
February 16th at 9:30 a.m. back here in number 1, back on Zoom. There's a note being added to the file that discovery has been requested in this matter. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, just kind of forecasting on the discovery time on this one. I know that there's some video from the Walmart that's involved. I don't know if Ms. Manarino has that yet, or if she doesn't, I would ask that maybe we adjourn it a little bit further out than the 16th, because I just don't know that I'll have it turned around in that time.
March 2nd at.
Thank you. That should be ample time. I'll get the discovery order moving right away. Thank you.
What time was it?
March 2nd
Mary?
at-
At 8:50.
Thank you.
March 2nd at 8:50, Mr. Boatwright. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for accommodating.
Have a good day. Thank you. This is 230022OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Jacob Zapla.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Bruce Davis appearing with my client who's present appearing via Zoom. Will you state your name for the record?
Jacob Chapla.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding, sir?
For arraignment purposes, interplea of stand mute, waive formal reading.
There is a recommendation from Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety indicating that they do not oppose personal bond. For that reason, the court will set bond in this matter at 5,000 personal. Sir, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. The underlying allegation being a blood alcohol content of 0.21, the court will set as your condition of bond that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. For purposes of pretrial, Mr. Davis, have you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Manarino?
Yes, I did. She's going to send over discovery, so I'm asking for an adjourned pretrial date.
That adjourned pretrial date will be
February 16th at 9:40.
16th.
Mr. Zappa. I'll see you back here on February 16, 2023 at 9:40 a.m. back on Zoom, back with courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you. Ms. Barkovic? Are we ready on Alexandria Pinger? No response from the attorney. Let's move on to 22VB 014190M. This is Van Buren Township versus Jalen Priester.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
It looks like Mr. Hadley has stepped out momentarily. Mr. Priester, if you sit tight, we'll circle back to you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. This is 230. I'm sorry, Mr. Nunley, what are you ready on?
Ms. Hunt, Brianna Hunt.
Thank you. This is 2300210D, Van Buren Township versus Brianna Hunt. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, we're just asking for an adjournment for discovery.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Brianna Hunt.
Thank you. Ma'am, for purposes of bond, there is a recommendation from Van Buren Township where they indicate they do not oppose personal bond. Court will set your bond at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Because the allegation indicates that your blood alcohol content at the time of the stop was 0.152, as a condition of your bond, the court will order that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. Mr. Nunley, the notation has been made that you have requested discovery. We will adjourn today's pretrial to
February 16th at 9:40.
February 16th at 9:40 a.m. That's back on Zoom, back here in number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. I'll see you back here on February 16th. Have a good day.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Miss, shoot. Mr. Nunley, there is a order for fingerprints on the front of the file. I neglected to address that.
Oh, Judge, I forgot
Okay.
about that. And I did tell Mr. Nunley about that, and then I forgot when we were on the record. Sorry.
I forgot too, but I
That's-
do have her phone number, so I'd be more than happy to call her and tell her to get on down to give her fingerprints.
I'd appreciate that. I'm signing that order for just fingerprints.
No problem.
I felt the staple and thought, ugh. Mr. Mays. 230030. Van Buren Township versus Jeremy Burns.
Yes, Your Honor. I hope I'm still the attorney on this one, Mr. Burns.
Yes, sir.
So, Your Honor, we'll waive reading. This is a refile after a dismissal by the people. I'll be filing probably some brief motions challenging the refile on this matter, but aside from that, we are ready for trial. Jury. And this is a case that we wanted to schedule on a Monday because there's a couple of forensic scientists. So if you could, I would appreciate it so that my students from the forensic science class can come in and watch.
Let's not put the cart before the horse.
Okay.
For purposes of bond, Mr. Mays.
I'd ask for personal recognizance. There were no violations, no failures to appear on the last case. This case was only refiled because it was dismissed for the prosecutor's convenience and refiled at the prosecutor's convenience.
Bond is set at 5,000 personal. I'm looking at the underlying allegation. I know that we had started talking about a March Monday date, but with discovery outstanding and the motions that you anticipate, Mr. Mays, is it better for us to start with an adjourned pretrial where you bring those motions versus scheduling a jury trial?
No, let's go ahead and schedule the jury if we could. Just any day, but not March 6th because they're on spring break that day.
So March 6th at 8:30, no problem.
Can't do March 6th.
I know we talked about it and I forgot.
I thought, did we talk about February 27th?
I thought we talked about February 27th.
We can do that.
February 27th. I'm just checking the 20,000 calendars here. That gives Carol enough time, right? It's 3 weeks. February 27th, 2023. We'll do the same as we did in the other one. Let's do the motions. If any preliminary matters at 8:30 with the attorneys and the defendant, with the jury to appear at 9 a.m. Ms. Manarino, how many witnesses do you anticipate?
I believe I have 3. I think it's 3.
And Mr. Mays?
We might actually, I'm gonna have to talk to Mr. Burns, but I'll say 1. Possible expert.
We said jury trial in the other case, and I didn't do what I usually do is have you file your witness exhibit and proposed jury instruction 2 weeks before.
Okay.
That will put us on the 13th of February. Anything else, Ms. Manarino, in this case?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mays, in this case?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I will see you here for jury trial on February the 27th at 8:30 a.m.
Mr.
Thank you,
Burns,
Your
I'll give
Honor.
you a call.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Judge-
Talk to you soon.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I will see you at 11:30. Is that correct? On
Before
this
you,
motion?
yeah, Mr. Mays, but before you go, this, on the Fancy case,
Yeah.
the 22VB019488, same rules. I didn't say
Yeah.
it, but it's 2 weeks before witness exhibit proposed jury instructions. That's March
Okay.
3rd, so that's February 17th.
All right.
Is that right?
All right, real good.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Judge. Have a great day. Well, I'll see you soon.
You too. I'll see you in a little
Nice day,
bit.
Your Honor.
You too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mary Ann, in my mind, it makes sense, but on paper, it looks. Oh, Mr. Hadley, thank you.
We're all set on-
22VB01419 OM Van Buren Township versus Jalen Priester.
Angela
Thank
Marin, on behalf of the people.
Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Jalen Priester, who's appearing via Zoom and waives his presence. Your Honor, we're here at this time and date for a final pretrial conference for the complaining witness to appear. It's an hour after this was originally set. My understanding is the complaining witness has not appeared.
Your Honor, I
Mr.
did
Priester.
notify, sorry, Judge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Priester, I just need you to state your name for me, please, sir.
Jalen Priester.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino, you did notify.
I notified the victim in this matter in writing, and provided him with the Zoom information along with date and time of the hearing. I have not heard from him, nor do I see him in the Zoom meeting this morning.
In Your Honor, we would then motion to dismiss without prejudice this time.
Defense motion to dismiss without prejudice is granted. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Priester, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too, everybody.
Thank you. This is a recall of 22WM01493 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Alexandria Pinger.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Camilla Barkovic appearing on behalf of Ms. Pinger.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr.
James
Barkovic.
Leonard. Here on behalf of the
I'm sorry.
airport. Sorry, Judge.
I was trying to get your attention earlier as I saw you sitting, and I have not seen your client. Is she there with you?
No, she should be on. Is she not in the waiting room?
There is no one in our waiting room. I'm looking to see if she's
Oh,
in
wait,
our
it
break.
Oh, they do. Yeah, I just got a text. She's in a breakout room.
Room
She's sitting
13,
in
Judge.
number 13. Why is she there? Did you need to speak to her?
No.
Ms. Pinger, if you would turn your video on, unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
This is Alexandria Pinger.
Thank you. How are we proceeding, Ms. Barkovic?
Your Honor, I spoke with the prosecutor at the last court date. I am intending to file a deviation request as it relates to a negotiated resolution. I had requested that Ms. Pinger provide me with certain documents and records that I could utilize in support of my request. I just recently received those and haven't had a chance to compile a deviation yet, so I'm asking for a final adjourned pretrial.
How far out, ma'am?
That's up to the
We
court. I
have-
would ask for at least 2 to 3 weeks.
February 16th or March the 2nd?
If we could have March the 2nd, that would be great.
At what time, Mary Ann?
9 o'clock.
9 a.m. back here on Zoom in courtroom number 1, March the 2nd, 2023. Mr. Mena, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Pinger?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you for your patience this morning, Ms. Pinger. I'll see you on March the 2nd. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, my pleasure to see you this morning.
Pleasure's all mine, Judge. I was in Judge Green's. Sorry for my late arrival.
I appreciate that, but we're shockingly running behind schedule. Are we ready on Nicholas Hernandez?
We are, Your Honor. We're just going to be asking for an adjourn date if possible on March 2nd.
Let me call it 22WM009870M Wayne County Airport versus Nicholas Hernandez. You're looking for an adjournment to, I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez, state your name for me, sir. Mr. Hernandez,
Yes,
state your name for me, sir.
Nicholas Fernandez.
Thank you. An adjourned date, Mr. Hadley.
Yes, Your Honor, we received email that the video is being processed by WCAA. We would ask that it just be set out to the same date, March 2nd, if there's still any openings.
At 9 o'clock.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, I'll see you back here on March 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. number 1 Zoom.
All right.
Video discovery requested.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hernandez, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day. This is 22WM018110M Wayne County Airport versus Nicodemus Atkins.
Morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Mr. Atkins, did you speak to Mr. Nunley maybe?
No, I haven't talked to anyone, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Atkins, we're going to get you into a breakout room so you can speak to one of the court-appointed attorneys. Mr. Jadal is trying to get into a breakout room. I'm going to take the shortest of breaks, 2 minutes, so don't go far, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Marianne, if you could put me in the breakout room with the airport prosecutor, please.
You bet. Josh, I'm gonna put Mr. Atkins in your breakout room. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Angela and I are getting a little bit back and forth. A client that I previously represented looks like he may have been recharged as well. I'm trying to get this sorted out.
Yeah, I reissued it, but
That's
I
the
don't know
first,
why it's showing up like it's a Huron case because it's mine.
it's first I've heard of the reissuing as well. Okay, I'm gonna go meet with Nicodemus right now.
Mr. Atkins, can you join the breakout room, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Marianne, if you could put me back in breakout room 11 with Ms. Whitaker, please.
Mr. Jadala, she's not here. I'll get you where you need to be, and then I'll make you co-host so you can get yourself moved around.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, sir. Mr. Nunley, you're ready with Mr. Allen?
Hello.
This is 22VB026810M, Van Buren Township versus Jeremiah Allen.
Do you mind if we?
Angela
adjourn?
Mandarino on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
State your name for me, please, Mr. Allen.
Jeremiah Paul Allen.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, we'd like an adjournment to request some discovery and any available videos on the matter.
Thank you. In the interim, Mr. Allen's bond will be set at 1,000 personal. Mr. Allen, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Nunley, I'll note that you're requesting discovery and we will adjourn the pretrial to
February 16th at 9:50.
February 16th at 9:50 a.m. back on Zoom, back here in number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I'll see you back here on February 16th, sir. Have a good day.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is 22WM018110M, Wayne County Airport versus Atkins. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Nicodemus Atkins is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Atkins, please state your name for the court.
Nicodemus Atkins.
Thank you.
Thank you. For today's arraignment and pretrial, Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment. At this time, we would go ahead and enter a plea of guilty as charged and ask for a brief opportunity for allocution and a little explanation as to what happened.
Thank you. Mr. Atkins, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Correct, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on December 23rd, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you failed to report a found article and you did in fact remove that found article from the airport, took it home and used it for your personal use?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Atkins, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole charge in this matter, the violation of the rules and regulations of the airport. What was it that you wanted to say before fines and costs were assessed in this matter?
Your Honor, just briefly, factually speaking, Mr. Atkins was an employee at the airport, ended the shift, did find some headphones on the floor, picked them up and was unable to find anybody at that time. He understands that he could not leave with them now. I would point out that Mr. Atkins did lose his job over this on December 23rd, has been out of work since then. The valuable lesson was clearly learned, but he's paid dearly already. We would ask that the court consider waiving fines and costs based on his termination from the airport on that, or in the alternate coming in, again, fashioning those more on the lower end to allow him to pay these down while he's still seeking employment. Oh, and Your Honor, he did have the headphones on person when he had returned to work the day that he was terminated. So again, I believe from speaking with him, his intention was never to, again, deprive anybody of them. It was just a misunderstanding of what said rules and regulations were at the time.
Thank you. Mr. Atkins, was there anything you wanted to say, sir?
No, Your Honor. That's
Thank
it.
you. Mr. Atkins, the court will assess the absolute minimal fines and costs in this matter. $100 fine, $100 in costs, $75 crime victims fee, $50, mandatory state costs, and thank you. And then the $20 fund fee.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And Mr. Atkins, if you want to, before you leave this morning, the court can put you into, that's $345. The court can put you into a breakout room with the collections department to set a payment plan in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Maria will join you in the breakout room momentarily and set that payment plan. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Atkins, please join the breakout room. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
22WM01670OM, Wayne County Airport versus Megan Whitaker.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
For Your Honor, Sam Ridgidala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Whitaker, who joins us via Zoom. Ms. Whitaker, say your name, please.
Megan Whitaker.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, understand the rights that she is waiving by doing so. Ms. Whitaker would like to avail herself to the plea where she'll be pleading as charged to 1 count of rule and regulation violation.
Ms. Whitaker, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the rights you're giving up by entering a plea this morning?
Yes.
And you still wish to enter a plea of guilty as charged to the violation of the rules and regulations of the airport?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 28, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, the city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, that you violated the rules and regulations of the airport by failing to report a found article, and that you did remove that article from the airport property, that article being headphones?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the rules and regulation violation of the airport. Mr. Jadala, was there something you wanted to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs were assessed in this matter?
Your Honor, just like Mr. Hadley said previously for the last defendant, this is the same exact situation where Ms. Whitaker understands that she should have handled the situation differently. She has lost her job over this, so she's been unemployed, attempting desperately to find another job, Your Honor. We just asked for minimal costs and fines, and she understands that she's remorseful for what occurred.
Thank you. Ms. Whitaker, was there something you wanted to say, ma'am?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. The court will assess minimum fines and costs in this matter: $100 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes.
We'll get you moved into the collections department. You'll talk to Maria, the court clerk. She'll help you get a payment plan established. Mr. Mena, anything else in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whitaker, please join that breakout room and speak to the collections clerk. Ms. Jerica Lanier, this is 22WM01813 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Jerica Lanier. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Jerica Lanier.
Ma'am, the way the court staff have you identified indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate?
Yes, yes,
And you wish to proceed on your own?
yes,
Have you had a chance to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Mena, this morning?
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I did have the opportunity to speak to Ms. Lanier. She is going to be pleading guilty to 1 count of larceny, and we will dismiss the 2nd charge of the rules and regulations violation.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on December 29, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed the act of larceny less than $200 by failing to pay for 2 shots of Jack Daniels valued at $18 on board a flight at the airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the B file, which is the larceny, and dismisses the rules and regulation violation as previously indicated by Mr. Mena. Ma'am, was there something you'd like to say before the court imposes fines and costs in these matters?
Just like everybody else, like the previous ones, I lost my job over. I learned my lesson. I have 4 kids. I let down. I have a husband. I let down. So I've definitely learned my lesson.
Mr. Mena, is the airline seeking restitution in this matter?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Lanier,
Wissam Altuaid.
Yourself.
thank you. Ma'am, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. The $100 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, ma'am.
5 days to pay, as indicated, the A file is dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Lanier? Ma'am, you can go online and pay. You can bring it to the court, or you can mail that payment of $345 to the court. Other than that, have a good day and good luck to you.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 2300280M. This is Van Buren Township versus Wessam Altheu.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Wissam Althaway. Mr. Wissam, can you state your name for the court?
Wissam Altuaid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, he's labeled as if he has waived his right to counsel.
He in fact is not. There's been a little confusion, Your Honor.
Okay.
This matter was brought, this is a recharge on a prior matter that was dismissed without prejudice, so I think it was a little confusion on that.
No
We'll waive
worries.
the formal, yeah, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment. We know what we're here for. Would ask that you again issue a PR bond for him.
That was where I was going, Mr. Hadley. Thank you. There's no indication from the Public Safety Department what they're looking for in this case. The court will set
Thank you.
bond at 5,000 personal. Does your client have any reason to be in contact with the complainant in this case, Kelly Bobowitz?
Absolutely not. And I think all parties would prefer that that continue.
So the personal bond with the condition of no contact with the complainant. And I'm sorry, Mr. Hadley, for purposes of pretrial, you were saying?
Your Honor, for purposes of pretrial at this time, since this matter was dismissed without prejudice once before, just again for whatever reason with the complaining witness, we would ask that before we set this for a bench trial, that we have a final pretrial with the complaining witness to appear.
That will be
February 16th at 9:50.
February 16, 2023 at 9:50 a.m. back here in number 1 on Zoom. there is a request for fingerprints from the defendant. In this case, the court is signing that, sir, you need to present yourself to the Van Buren Department of Public Safety before your next court date. Have yourself fingerprinted. Anything else on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Head? I'm sorry, sir?
I already did the fingerprint.
Sam, did you do it at Van Buren Township Police Department?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
Last month before the court.
If it's already been done, you don't need to redo it, but this request for fingerprints was just stapled to the front of the file. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, I will see you on the 16th. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What happened to Mr. Chung? Oh, there, Mary Ann. I don't know if there's a little bit of a backup in the clerk's meeting room.
Okay, good.
And Officer Garcia is on the job. Wow.
What happened? I think you're good, sir. Thank
You're
you.
good, sir. I'm just giving Officer Garcia a hard time.
Okay.
This is 2300380D. Van
Okay.
Buren Township versus Walter Pike.
Yes.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
State your name for me, please, sir.
They're talking to you, sir. State your name. Walter Pike.
Thank you. Today's the time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, we would be requesting an adjournment. We are going to need the discovery in this matter. And if maybe we could kick this one out a couple weeks longer, there's probably going to be a motion that I have to draft and file.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Mr. Royce, are you
The
doing?
recommended,
I'm sorry, Judge.
I'm
Are you,
sorry.
he cannot hear anything here. Are you doing adjournment? Is that what's going on?
we are adjourning it. And
They're
his bond in
adjourning
this
it.
matter, the bond in this matter is set at 5,000 personal. Sir, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed until this case is resolved in its entirety. The allegation indicates that there was a blood alcohol, alleges there was a blood alcohol content at the date of the offense of 0.286, which gives the court concern and will have it set a condition of your bond that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this case. Mr. Nunley has requested discovery. We will adjourn this matter out to maybe that 16th date, Mr. Nunley.
Could we go a little further? There's likely going to be a motion I have to file.
After that, it's off my docket. So I'm happy to adjourn it out and you will be with someone else.
Angela, how long do you think it would take for the discovery to get over?
It won't be too long. Judge is talking about March 16th, I think, Royce.
Oh, did you say March? I thought you said February.
I said March.
Oh, yeah, that's plenty of time. It's going to be a heck of a motion. I'm going to need a lot of time.
March 16th at oh, Mary Ann.
We're getting time.
Mary Ann's in the breakout room. I'm sorry. And I don't have my time. Maria.
Yes.
Would you please go in and help and have Mary Ann come out of 11? I need a time, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello?
Mr. Pyatt, I see you just have yourself muted.
Your Honor, I tried meeting with Mr. Pide and about 2 minutes long of maybe every fifth or sixth word. I think we're having some connectivity issues on that end.
Okay.
I advised him to try logging out, maybe finding a different location to log back in, but I'm not sure if he could hear me.
Go on mute right now. Okay, well, I'm.
I'm sorry, Judge. What date?
I'm sorry, March 16th
Oh, sure, at 10 o'clock.
at 10 o'clock. March 16th at 10 o'clock for Mr. Dudley's motion and the adjourned pretrial. Back on Zoom, back here in number 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Syke. I'll see you then.
They're all done with you, sir. I'm sorry, Counselor, are you, I guess he's all done. Okay, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Pide, this is 23WM0003OM Wayne County Airport versus David Pide. David Pide. Detective Carmona, to what do we owe the pleasure?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm just here for the fire department for that Kalinsky and Wessel.
The schedule at 10:40. I
Correct.
have not seen them as of yet. My policy is about 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. So if you sit tight,
Not a problem.
thank you. Mr. Jadala on Brown Portwood, are you expecting Mr.
And I have both Brown Portwood and a William Smith, and I was expecting both to log on. I'm not sure where they're at.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you. Mr. Bowditch. Oh, Norwood at 10.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor,
I
I'm
see
waiting
you're waiting
for
for-
Mr. Norwood and Mr. Jackson. I haven't seen either of them yet.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hadley.
Yes, Your Honor.
I put Mr. Pyatt out in the hopes that when he reconnected, he would have a better signal. If he doesn't come back, we'll just adjourn the matter.
It was one of those bizarre conversations where the only words I could hear were, "Can you hear me now?" And then it would cut right back out. So yeah, the rinse and repeat was getting a little crazy. I appreciate that, Your Honor. And then whenever Miss Manarino is ready, I believe she'd like to go forward on Hudson, but I don't want to speak for her. Hezekiah Hudson.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. I'm trying to figure, I think that was a 9. Shoot, what time is that set for?
Hudson is at 10:10.
Okay. Yeah, we can. Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Jackson is here. I think he's downstairs. I just need a breakout room with him.
I think he is in the breakout room. I saw him with he's in the clerk meeting waiting room.
Okay, but he is present, Your Honor. I saw him.
He is. I know. I saw him before with Officer Garcia. Sir, that just joined us with the glasses on your head and the polo shirt, your name, please.
I'm Robert Breyer, ma'am.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to jump in on that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well,
Your Honor.
he may need
Wait,
to go.
Marianne?
Yep, I can do that, but he needs to go speak with the clerk before he leaves.
Okay, sir, you're going to see an invitation going to a breakout room to talk to the clerks to get you your phone number and address verified. Mr. Pye. Mr. Pye.
Jeff, I just made you co-host so you can move around, okay?
Oh, thank you, Marianne.
Mr. Jadala, did you need to speak to Mr. Smith?
If I could speak to the Mrs. Marino first, would be great.
Absolutely. We'll get you moved into a room with her. Mr. Johnson, I'm just waiting for the prosecutor to return. When he does, I will get your case call so you can get on your way, okay? Mr. Pye? Mr. Pye, if you're able to hear me, your connection is not a good connection. Marianne, were you in the breakout with him or with someone else?
No, I was not.
Marianne, am I a co-host? You don't see me on there.
Yes, Mr. Bowditch.
I apologize, Your Honor. I can't find myself.
No worries. Miss Manarino, did you go talk to Mr. Jadala?
Marianne, I apologize again. According to what I'm looking at, it says I'm not joined. It won't let me join anything.
I will move you and your client with you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Breyer, then Mr. Jackson. Mr. Breyer will be quick.
Mackenzie, did you need something?
Nope, I was just coming out of my breakout room.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mary Ann, ready on Mr. Breyer?
The prosecutor's not out, Mr. Bowditch. When she comes out, there are probably 2 matters ahead of that case, but I'll get to Mr. Breyer as soon as I can.
Thank you, Your Honor. I
Thank
could
you.
go into a breakout room with Mr. Jackson if I could maneuver this.
Ms. Manarino. This is 2107430M. Oh, no, we don't have him. Let's try this again. Oh, that's Mr. Mena that we need out. What happened to him?
Hello?
Mr. Pye, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're trying to get you into a breakout room to meet with a prosecutor. I'm sorry, with a court-appointed attorney, okay?
Okay. Do I need to speak with one before I go into court?
I'm sorry?
I was going to plead no contest, but if I need to speak with one before going to the court, I will.
It was my understanding, sir, that Mr. Hadley was trying to speak with you, but he was unable to hear you. We'll
Yes.
get you into his waiting room and you'll have an opportunity to speak to him, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Judge, I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
which attorney did you say?
Mr. Pye, I believe that Mr. Hadley was speaking with him.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, you needed me?
Has some cases that are, I do, sir. I wanted to get some of these cases called, and then if you need to go back in with Mr. Nunley. This is 23WM000260M Wayne County Airport versus Cade Johnson. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Mr. Johnson, state your name for me, sir.
Cade Johnson.
Sir, the way that the court staff has you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
You wish to proceed on your own?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Mena?
Yes.
Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Johnson. We have agreed to amend the charge to double parking with a $300 fine. If he pleads responsible to that, we'll dismiss the abandoned personal property misdemeanor.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. Thank you, sir. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, you will not have a trial of any kind in this matter.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
Yes, I have not been threatened or anything.
Thank you. Sir, is it true that on January 7th, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking and dismiss the misdemeanor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, and will impose the fine of $300 as previously indicated by the prosecutor. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I do not.
Thank you. 5 days to pay, sir. You can pay online or you can mail it into the court. Anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good luck to you. Have a good day, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. This is 23WM0004OM Wayne County Airport versus James Chung. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. James Chung, who's appearing via Zoom. Waives his presence to be in court. Mr. Chung, can you please state your name for the court?
Yes, good morning. My name is James Chung.
Thank you. For this arraignment pretrial, Mr. Hadley, what say you, sir?
Your Honor, will enter a plea of not guilty and waive the formal reading of the arraignment at this time. As regards to bond, Your Honor, Mr. Chung is a contractor who works with the airport. He's availed himself today. He intends to cooperate and move forward with the case. We would request a PR bond.
Bond in this matter is set at $1,000 personal. Mr. Chung, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For purposes of pretrial, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, we would just ask for a brief adjournment to work with Mr. Mena to get a discovery order to get our hands on whatever available evidence we have and work on a resolution.
How long of an adjournment are you looking for, sir?
Mr. Mena, I defer to you. Do you know if there's any, I don't think there's any video necessarily on this one, but there may be.
I don't know on the video. I'll indicate that I do have a signed discovery order. I think Mr. Chung got one entered. I received it yesterday and I forwarded it already on to the police department.
That's fantastic. So, Your Honor, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever the court feels appropriate.
We can do the February 16th if there's still space available, Mary Ann.
Yes, at 10 o'clock.
February 16th at 10 a.m. back on Zoom, back with courtroom number 1. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. We'll see you on the 16th, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bye-bye.
This is 23WM00024 Wayne County Airport versus Gordon Minier. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
I'm Gordon Monier, Your Honor.
Sir, who did you speak to, Mr. Nunley?
Yeah, I believe that was his name. Yep.
He has not, he appears to be in a breakout room with someone else. If you sit tight, as soon as we see him pop back out, I'll get you called so we can get you on your way, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. These are 23WM01816 A and B, Wayne County Airport versus Ivan Levant.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Ian Levant.
Mr. Levant, did you speak to Mr. Nunley or Mr. Hadley?
I didn't really catch his name. I'm sorry.
Light hair or dark hair?
Dark.
Your Honor, I
Mr.
think
Nunley.
Mr. Nunley might be he's in my breakout room. He had come in to talk to me, so these may be ones he wants to talk about.
Thank you. I just want to get out who can get matched up with you and get them on their way. If you want to go back in there with him, I think that Mr. Jadala and maybe Mr. Smith are ready. If Ms. Manarino is available.
I will do so, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino? Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, ma'am. This is William Smith. These are 22 VB 02580 A, B, C, and D. Van Buren Township versus William Smith. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
And respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, please say your name for the record.
William Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding this morning in these cases?
Your Honor, at this time, after speaking with Mr. Smith and understanding the rights that he's waiving by doing so, he will be pleading as charged to the A, B, C, and D matters, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss your cases with Mr. Jadala, and after doing so, you wish to plead guilty as charged to all counts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, Your Honor. I've been threatened.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry. Mr. Jadala, before I inquire any further of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to the elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, the issuing agency in this matter. I make this disclosure as a matter of information to you and your client. Based on that disclosure, sir, are you still prepared to proceed with the plea?
We're prepared to proceed. No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, is it true that on December 15, 2022 in Van Buren Township, that you drove recklessly as reported by the police?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it also true that on December 15, 2022, you interfered with the police department while they were in the course and scope of their duties as law enforcement officers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it also true that on December 15, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you failed to stop or identify yourself after a property damage accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it also true that on December 15, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you were speeding in excess of 26 miles per hour of the posted speed limit?
Yes, Your Honor.
And finally, sir, on December 15, 2022 in Van Buren Township, did you not have a valid proof of insurance on your person when asked to produce same by the police department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, the court accepts your pleas in these matters as indicated.
I think it's going to be dismissed today.
Mr. Jadala, is your client prepared for sentencing this morning, or does this matter need to be referred to the probation department?
Your Honor, I believe we could have immediate sentencing.
Anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before the fine, before sentences imposed in this matter?
Your Honor, Mr. Smith has absolutely no excuse for his behavior that day. We've had opportunity to discuss this matter, and I've had an opportunity to discuss this with Ms. Manarino at length. Your Honor, it was a one-off. I don't believe that his record indicates that this is something that he goes around doing. It was a day where he made multiple bad decisions. He understands he put himself and put others in jeopardy that day. It's going to be a behavior that's not repeated. Mr. Smith understands that that is not conduct becoming of someone who's going to be a productive citizen, Your Honor. We just ask for minimal fines and costs. He will do his best to pay all of those.
Ms. Manarino, anything on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor, I did speak with the other driver who was involved in that accident. There is no restitution. I just, hope that Mr. Smith gathers the seriousness of this incident and appreciates that felony charges were not levied in this manner.
Mr. Smith, is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes sentence on in these matters?
No, Your Honor. Other than the fact that this will not ever happen again, like I definitely learned my lesson. No, not to run from the police, and definitely not to drive recklessly because it can hurt me and other people and lead death to other people. Because like you don't need to run from the police. You could just stop, cause less accidents. I've seen somebody literally get into an accident running from the police last week. I'm definitely not doing that again.
Mr. Smith, the court thank you for that, but there is no police report in the file. And when I look at a person of your age and see that there were these 5 charges, what I do next is flip to the details. And this happened at 1:47 in the afternoon on the freeway, is what it says. Reckless driving. I can only imagine what the report contained. You know what? We're not going to do that. Mr. Smith, what the court will do is impose the fines and costs in this matter. The no proof of insurance, $200. The speeding ticket is $195. Ms. Manarino has indicated that there's no request for restitution from the failure to stop. And in that case, the court will impose $100 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victim fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee.
Still there, Royce? Hello?
I can hear you, sir. Please stop talking for a moment. Interfering with the police. $500 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victim fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. Reckless driving. $500 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. Mr. Smith, the court staff has had the opportunity to verify your phone number and address this morning. The dispositions of your files will be entered this afternoon by court staff. Sir, if you need to make arrangements for a payment plan, you can go into a breakout room right now and speak to one of the court staff, or you can call the court, speak to the collections department, or file a request for a payment plan online. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, you want to, you can go into a breakout room with with Maria right now. She'll get your information to set up a payment plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 23WM0003. This is Wayne County Airport versus David Pye.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Bennett appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning.
Judge,
Mr. Pye.
I couldn't get him into a breakout room, Mr. Hadley.
I was trying to get in there, but my phone wouldn't let me, I guess it wouldn't let me in for some reason.
Mr. Pye, do you see that invitation to go into a breakout room now?
Yes, I pressed on it like 3 or 4 times. It just brought me right back here to the courtroom.
I just don't believe it. I already told them.
Mr. Pye, we've tried repeatedly to get you connected to the attorneys this morning, to get you to present yourself in the main session. There seems to be a
Yes, ma'am.
technology problem. The court is happy to adjourn this matter and have you appear in person for your arraignment and pretrial if you're unable to navigate the technology.
Can I just plead guilty?
Sir, I'm trying to get you into a breakout room. I'd like you to have the opportunity to speak to an attorney.
Okay. Can you try one more time?
Do you see it on your screen, sir?
No, it's not on my screen yet.
Your Honor, I could propose a solution if you'd like. I can have Mr. Pide give me a phone call. I can speak with him and then have him log back into Zoom.
I'd appreciate that, Mr. Hadley. Thank you.
Mr. Pide, please tell me what your phone number is.
My phone number is 313-918-4298.
Sir, I'm going to be calling you in just a minute, and it's going to be from a 586 number. Please pick up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And then we're going to have you log back into Zoom after you and I talk on the phone.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. This is 2208410D. This is Van Buren Township versus Lonza Jackson. May I have your appearances, please?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, this is Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, which attorney did you speak with, sir?
I'm Jeff.
Mr. Bowditch appears not to be in this main session, sir. We'll need to pass this matter.
Your Honor, I apologize. Did you call me?
I did, sir.
My apologies, Your Honor. I have a person.
Lonzo Jackson.
I had one of my bench trial people I was talking to. I apologize, Your Honor. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Jackson. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a pretrial in this matter. Your Honor, there is discovery that has been provided. I just haven't received it yet. I'd like a brief adjournment just so Mr. Jackson and I could get that discovery and review it. The February 16th date would be great, Your Honor, if we could get that.
At 10:10.
Thank you, ma'am.
10:10?
February
Yes,
16th
sir.
at 10:10.
Okay.
Back here with number one, back on Zoom. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Jackson, you
Jackson, I
can
will
leave
see you
now.
here in 2 weeks.
Okay.
You and I will talk, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do I leave?
You can leave, sir. Yes.
Do I need a thing for court for the 16th?
No, there'll probably be something they'll mail to you.
Okay.
But you and I'll talk before that.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
So where are they going to be? They're going to do it from the hallway or they're going to come in here and do it?
He said they're just gonna do it from.
Judge, we can come in
She's
the.
here, but where are they? She's here, but where are they?
I don't know, ask Mr. Bowditch.
Mr. Matthews is sitting in the hallway outside of Mr. Bowditch's office. He can bring him in his office.
Mr. Bowditch, call him in, please.
Mr. Matthews, come on in, sir.
What? This is.
Come on in, brother. Sit here so Judge can see you. Okay. Ready,
This
Your
is
Honor?
2207-52OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Ellison Matthews. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Matthews, who's sitting to my right. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for bench trial in this matter. Defense is ready to proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, the people are moving to dismiss the charge against Mr. Matthews.
Your Honor, defense says no.
Any objection to that dismissal?
None, Your Honor. Mr. Matthews, you have any objections?
No.
Thank you. This matter is hereby dismissed. Mr. Matthews, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
All right, you as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're also ready on Mr. Breyer, Your Honor.
No. Those are what we like to call a hot mess right now. I'm gonna leave those there.
You're good.
Those are for Mary Ann. This has just become a. If you don't mind, I appreciate that. Thank you so very much, sir. This is 22WM018050M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Joshua Burgess.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mount appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor.
State your name, please.
Joshua Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, did you speak to an attorney this morning?
I have not.
Did you want to speak to the court-appointed attorney, sir?
Yes, that would be great.
They'll get you moved into a breakout room. Please go there. Somebody will be there momentarily to assist you. This is 23WM00027, Wayne County Airport versus Wilcox. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Yes, this is Dallin Wilcox. Hello?
Mr. Wilcox, did you speak to one of the court-appointed attorneys this morning?
I did, yes.
Who did you speak to, sir?
I spoke to John Hadley.
Mr. Hadley appears to not be in the main session right now. But I see you, sir. If you continue with your patience, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 23WM00042OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Peter Brenton. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
State your name, please, sir.
Peter Brenton.
Mr. Brenton, the way the staff has you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you wish to proceed on your own?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're asking for a short adjournment. I want to review this case with the police department.
This matter will be adjourned to
February 16th at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I ask a question?
absolutely, sir.
The description on the charge, the ticket, on my ticket says failure to report a found article. Is that correct? Is that what it's showing on the ticket? My ticket has that?
The citation in the court file indicates that, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, yes. That's what it says.
Thank you,
Yep.
sir. We'll see you back here on February 16th, okay?
Okay, at 10 a.m. Yes, have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep,
Have a good day, sir.
thank you.
Mr. Nunley,
Yes, Your Honor.
what are you ready on, sir?
We could go with Ian Levant.
That's 22WM01816 A and B, Wayne County Airport versus Levant.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
State your name, sir.
Ian Levant, Your Honor.
Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, we are going to accept the offer by Mr. Mena to dismiss the MIP charge in exchange for his guilty plea to the larceny charge.
Mr. Levant, raise your right hand for me, please, sir.
Yes,
Do
Your
you
Honor.
swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Nunley.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
After having that conversation, sir, it's your desire and wish to plead guilty to one count of larceny.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Levant, is it true that on December 29, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus, State of Michigan, that you committed the act of larceny by taking 6 shots of alcohol totaling $54 from Delta Airline without paying for those shots?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied.
Mr. Levant, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the B file, which is the larceny, and dismisses the A file, which was the minor possession of alcohol first offense. Mr. Nunley, was there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs were assessed in this matter?
Leave it to the discretion of the court, Your Honor.
Is there any restitution sought by the airline, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Levant, the court will assess a fine of $100, cost of $100. There is mandatory crime victims of $75, mandatory state cost of $50, and fund fee of $20. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Levant, what the court will do right now is send you an invitation to go out to the breakout room to meet with an agent from the court's collection department. That person will help you set a payment plan in this matter, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Levant, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you. This is a recall of 23WM000270M Wayne County Airport versus Wilcox.
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Yes.
James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox, please state your name for the record.
This is Dallin Wilcox.
Thank you. For the arraignment and pretrial, Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive formal reading of the arraignment, and at this time, we would actually like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. Hadley, the plea in the court's file indicates that Mr. Wilcox will be tendering a plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, paying a fine of $300, and the misdemeanor will be dismissed. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilcox, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No, Your Honor.
You're pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilcox, is it true that on January 7th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilcox, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. The misdemeanor abandonment of personal property is dismissed. As previously indicated, the court will impose a fine of $300. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. 5 days to pay. You can pay online or you can mail it to the court. Anything else, Mr. Wilcox?
No, do I just leave now?
Yes, sir.
All
Thank
right,
you for
thank
your
you very
patience
much,
this
Your Honor.
morning. And Mr. Darren Wilcox, thank you for your patience, sir. Are we ready now on Mr. Pye?
We are, Your Honor.
23WM00030M Wayne County Airport versus David Pye. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. David Pide. Mr. Pide, can you please state your name for the court? David, can you state your name for the court, please?
His audio's not connected.
Can you, Mr. Pide, can you hear us? Nod if you can hear us. You need to connect to your audio. Okay. There should be a button to hit, connect audio. On the bottom left.
No, this is 23WM00024OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Gordon Manier.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport. Oh, I thought this was a Nunley, and now he's gone.
Are you kidding me? Right. We don't have Mr. Nunley.
I can hear him in his breakout room. I can confirm he's here, Your Honor.
I understand that, but we just can't get
Oh,
going on the
man.
stuff we're trying to get going on.
And Mr. Pye and I have reached an agreement with the people. I just need him to be able to acknowledge as much.
Well,
I wonder if we do it with nods, thumbs ups.
in the interim, wait, hold on 1 second.
Hello?
Yeah, wait, was that you, Mr. Pye?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Don't do anything. Hold still. We're gonna get this done.
All right. Gotcha, gotcha.
Mr. Hadley.
Your Honor, thank you. On the Mr. David Pye case, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer where the misdemeanor count of defrauding innkeeper will be, he will be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor offense of defrauding an innkeeper under 771.1 with a 3 months probation and an agreement to repay $100 to standard parking.
Mr. Pye, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down, sir. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley regarding the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to defrauding an innkeeper.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am, I haven't been threatened or anything.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on January 3rd, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romeo, state of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to pay standard parking $100?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pye, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of defrauding an innkeeper as previously indicated by the attorneys. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and you pay the $100 in costs that this court is assessing and $100 in restitution to standard parking, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this total of $200?
No, ma'am.
5 days to pay, sir. You can pay online, you can bring it to the court, or you can mail it to the court. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pye, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you all.
Thank you. This is 2208020M. This is Van Buren Township versus Maurice Brown Portman.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Brown Portman. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a pretrial. I believe it was set today at 10:10. I have not seen Mr. Portman in any of the breakout rooms, and I have not seen him logged in as of yet, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, the case was actually set at 10:40. It's now 11:33 by the court's clock. The court has not seen your client this morning, but I've seen you waiting so patiently. Based on his failure to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something else, Mr. Jadala? Nope. Okay. Mr. Nunley. 2300 23WM00024, Wayne County Airport versus Gordon Manier.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
State your name, unmute yourself and state your name for me, sir.
Gordon Monier.
On it, thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading, stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, he would like to avail himself of the offer by the prosecutor to plead guilty under 771 for 3 months.
Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you entered this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on January 6, 2023, at the Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, state of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a knife into the security area?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of the checkpoint violation. As previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you commit no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the costs assessed by the court, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Mr. Nunley, is there anything you want to say before the costs are assessed in this matter?
I leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manier, the court will assess costs in this matter of $300. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay, and that will conclude this matter other than 3 months of no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Thank you.
This is 22VB016550I, Van Buren Township versus Robert Breyer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ready, Your Honor.
Hearing on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Breyer. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for an arraignment or pretrial in this matter. We waive formal reading, stand mute. Mr. Breyer was
No.
going to.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, Mr. Bowditch, because I just have it as a
It's set for a formal hearing. Your Honor.
It's
My
just a formal
apologies.
hearing.
Yes,
No
Your Honor.
worries.
There's not going to be a formal hearing, Your Honor. We have a plea agreement where Mr. Breyer would be pleading responsible to double parking.
Mr. Breyer, is that accurate?
That is accurate. Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're in a plea solely to double parking in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Is it true that on September 29, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch, I've already inquired of your client, but I know we disclosed on the record earlier that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township that will be the issuing agency of this citation to your client. You were fully aware of this, correct, Mr. Bowditch?
Correct, Your Honor. We have no objections.
Thank you. Mr. Breyer, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking, the amended charge of double parking. There previously been a bond posted in this matter of $230. Had there been some conversation about the fine that would be imposed in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people would ask that the court accept the fine of $230.
Any objection, Mr. Bowditch?
No objection, Your Honor.
We'll apply the bond, assess the fines and costs of $230 and close the file out. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
No, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Breyer.
Mr. Breyer, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor, and the court. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The court snitching, look.
This is 194518 and 194519, the OT. These are Van Buren Township versus Sherman Dozier. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I am wonderful, sir. State your name for me, please.
Sherman Floyd Dozier.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, Attorney Josh Hadley, bring on behalf of Mr. Dozier.
Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after having a chance to speak with Mr. Dozier and looking over the Register of Actions, we'd ask for an adjournment to allow me to gather discovery. We did note this was a 2019 case.
That adjourned date will be
February 16th at 10:20.
16.
February 16th at 10:20 a.m. Back on Zoom, back with courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Dozier, I'll see you back here on February 16th, sir. Have a good day.
You too, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23WM00047OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Deborah Evans. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Wynn appearing on behalf of the airport.
Ms. Evans, unmute yourself. State your name for the record, please.
Brian Evans.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No, you're all right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's mine. Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants.
Mr. Nunley, that's on me. I saw the name and I said it's something a lot different than what it appears on the file. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding?
At this time, Your Honor, for the purposes of arraignment, we waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, he would like to avail himself of the offer of pleading guilty under 771 for 3 months.
Mr. Evans, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Evans,
Yes,
do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges against you and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes,
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
correct,
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
correct.
Is it true that on January 11, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, City of Romulus, State of Michigan, that you committed a checkpoint violation by taking a dangerous weapon, that being a loaded firearm, through airport security?
Correct.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter, the checkpoint violation. As previously indicated, since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses and pay the costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for administrative dismissal. Mr. Nunley, anything you'd like to say before costs are assessed in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
I would leave it to the discretion of the court.
Thank you. Mr. Mena, the weapon being a gun, the court will assess costs of $900. Mr. Evans, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, I do.
Sir, we'll get you moved into a breakout room. You can discuss a payment plan with the collections clerk. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Evans. Have a good day. This is 23A18968. This is Wayne County Airport versus Larry Kalitsky.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Mr. Kalitsky, state your name for the record, please.
Larry Kolinsky.
Mr. Nunley, for today's arraignment and pretrial.
Yeah,
What say you, sir?
for purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading. At this time, my client is going to plead guilty as charged to the rules and regulations violation.
Mr. Kalinsky, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having this conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to violation of the rules and regulations of the airport.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Correct.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Guilty. Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on January 10th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, state of Michigan, you violated the rules and regulations of the airport by having an open flame outside of a designated smoking area?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied, Judge.
Mr. Kalinsky, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the violation of the rules and regulations. Mr. Nunley, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Leave it to the discretion of the court.
Mr. Mena, is there anything you'd like to say?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kalinsky, the court will impose a fine of $300, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and a $20 fund fee.
Yes.
That's $545, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
5 days to pay, sir. That concludes this matter. The next case is 23A18679OM Wayne County Airport versus William Wessel.
Morning, Your Honor. Again, for the record, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Mr. Wessel, state your name for me, please, sir.
William Wessel.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading. Much like the last case, Mr. Wessel will be pleading guilty to the rules and regulations violation.
Mr. Wessel, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to violation of the rules and regulations of the airport.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on January 10th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is located city of Romulus, state of Michigan, you violated the rules and regulations of the airport by smoking outside or having an open flame outside of the designated smoking area of the airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied, Judge. Thank you.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged in this matter. Mr. Nunley, anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed on your client?
Leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wessel, the court will impose a fine of $300, cost of $100. There's $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $545, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, ma'am.
5 days to pay, sir. You can pay it online. You can bring it to the court, or you can mail it to the court. That concludes this matter, sir. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can go to court and pay.
Good morning, Mr. McGregor.
Your Honor, I have some Van Buren officers who are on the Zoom this morning just to observe on the Clark case.
Thank you.
So it's Hall, McGregor, Schultz, and Rubens are the four who are here right now.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley?
Since I've got Miss Manarino present, can we do a little housekeeping on a Hezekiah Hudson matter from earlier, unless it was already heard when I was in a breakout room?
I didn't call it. It's right here to my, actually the next thing up.
I
So
think
if
we're
you want to talk to her, that's fine.
no, we've discussed this matter. In fact, this was set for a final pretrial, Your Honor, and the complaining witness victim did appear. Mr. Hudson has not.
210743.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Township versus Hezekiah Hudson. No worries.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendants, Mr. Hezekiah Hudson.
Thank you. This matter was scheduled for a final pretrial at 10 a.m. It's now 11:51 by the court's clock. Mr. Hadley, I understood you to say that the complainant had appeared, but your client had failed to appear?
That is correct. And Miss Manarino did ask if we had any issue. The complaining witness stuck around, I think, for 45 minutes, an hour almost. We've allowed her to go. We would just, I guess, ask the court issue a bench warrant at this time, and we'll try to run down Mr. Hudson.
The defendant having failed to appear in the underlying crime involving the destruction of property, defendant having failed to appear as of 11:51 a.m. bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley? Oops.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Sorry for getting the cart in front of the horse in front of the cart there.
No worries, sir. The only thing that concerns this court is that there's a Joshua Burgess in your meeting room from a 9:30 case. And then
Yep,
I'd like to get into Mr. Mays's case. Do we need to?
I'd like to speak with Mr. Minna very briefly if I can, and then I think we'll be able to get Mr. Burgess on his way. Mr. Minna, I'm headed towards your meeting room, good sir.
I'll head there as well.
Thank you. And the only other thing is that Mr. Mays is here sitting ever so patiently. And what I will do is I will say my failures to appear and I will launch into Mr. Mays's case momentarily. The court will take a brief recess for Ms. Manarino to gather her witnesses and for me to get a rubber band for these files that need some more work.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be in there in a minute.
Thank you. Man. See, what happened was. Well, this is it. Period. And it's just from yesterday. Sit down, please. Thank you. Oh, I thought they were all closed.
No, just the one that's almost blinding me.
That was intentional. I knew you were sitting on that side. So.
Thank you, Judge.
Clark, Johnson, and Patterson is all we should have left. Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Judge.
Did you have anything left, sir?
Nope.
Unless you just want to hang out because you enjoy Miss Manorino and Mr. Mays.
I'm having a really good time, so I'm gonna stick. We'll see you guys next time. Thank you.
Take care. Good to see you.
See you guys.
And
Bye.
then we have
We're set to go on.
22WM018050M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Burgess.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Bennett appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Joshua Vergis, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Vergis, please unmute yourself and state your name for the court.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joshua Burgess.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we've believe we've reached a resolution in this matter. We would ask the court for a 2-week adjournment to allow Mr. Vergis to go down and square up with standard parking for the $12 that's outstanding.
Oh, Mr. Burgess, the court will adjourn this matter to,
Oh, and Your Honor, I'm sorry. We waive the formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, and yeah.
that, I was just gonna say we missed that preliminary step. Mr. Burgess, the court will set your bond at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but boogie on down, pay that $12. We'll adjourn the pretrial to February 16, 2023 at 10 a.m. Back on Zoom, back with me, courtroom number 1. The presumption is that you pay the money to standard parking, and Mr. Mena will inform the court that the matter is to be dismissed and you will not need to reappear. But that's why I'm saying hustle on down, pay those $12, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing this court has left is a motion hearing with Mr. Mays at 11:30, a trial with Mr. Bowditch at noon, and a second trial with someone else at 12:30. So unless, Mr. Hadley, you just like hanging out because you enjoy the company of courtroom number 1, I'll say goodbye until February 16th.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Great to see everybody.
Have a good day.
Bye, Josh.
Bye.
Your Honor, I think I'm done as well.
No,
I do.
you
No?
must stay and watch Mr. Mays and Miss Manorino. I'll see you in 2 weeks, Mr. Mena. Have a good day.
Maybe I will stay, Judge, just to be that observer.
I'm just trying to clean up the courtroom because I see Officer Jafar, Hall, McGregor, Schultz, and Rubens. That being the case, nothing else to be heard. The court will indicate that anyone who was scheduled before now who is not here, the show causes, bench warrants will issue for, and the other failures to appear will be set for show cause. I will put those on the record later on. We'll switch the camera so that anyone who's viewing these matters will see the attorneys who are making the arguments. That being said, Ms. Clark, the court will thank you for your extreme patience this morning. We had a pretty busy docket. We're running a little bit behind schedule. This is 220609OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Rachel Renee Clark. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Angela Marin on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Ms. Clark.
who's seated to my left.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Rachel Clark.
Thank you. These matters were scheduled this morning at 11:30 a.m. for a pretrial and motion hearing. Before we take up Mr. Mays' motion, Ms. Clark, I will place on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, does not know this matter is scheduled, and has no impact on the decision I make in this case. Mr. Mays, already being aware of this disclosure now being made on the record. Sir, are you ready to proceed with your motions?
We are.
The court has received the motions and the response from the prosecutor. Mr. Mays, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. This should actually be argued by the prosecution because it is their burden to establish that there was probable cause for the arrest. But Ms. Manarino and I spoke before the motion hearing. She has suggested that perhaps I should just start with cross-examining the officer. So I will call Officer Fidel to the stand.
Officer Fidel, before you come all the way up, stop at the middle podium. State your first and last name and then spell them for the record.
Andrew Fidel, ANDREWFEDEL.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Dispose of your gun before you sit down, sir. Have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. Mary Ann is taking down your testimony. If for some reason she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mays.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer Fidel, let's start by you stating your name for us, please.
Andrew Fidel.
And you are an officer of the Van Buren Township Police Department.
Correct.
And how long have you been so employed?
3 years.
3 years. And you went to the police academy?
I did.
Before you were employed at Van Buren, were you employed by any other police agencies?
I was not, no.
So this is your first police job after exiting the academy?
Correct.
When did you graduate from the academy?
It was originally April of 2020, but due to COVID, it was pushed back. I believe it was June.
June of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And have you received any other training or certifications as a police officer?
In general or related to?
In general.
Yes.
What?
Special weapons and tactics.
Okay. Anything else? All right. You were trained in the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration standardized field sobriety tests at the police academy?
Correct.
And that manual that you used was the 2018 manual?
It was.
Okay. In connection with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration standardized field sobriety test battery, you were trained in how to write a police report, correct?
Correct.
There was an entire chapter, maybe two, dedicated to how to write an accurate, objective police report in the NHTSA materials, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You received additional training after you graduated from the academy and joined Van Buren Township on how to write a police report, correct?
Correct.
Were you assigned a field training officer at Van Buren?
Yes.
And who was that field training officer?
I had 4 over my duration.
4?
Correct.
And who were they?
It was Officer, now Sergeant Reaney, Officer, now Sergeant McCormick, and then I had Officer Short for 2 of the phases.
For 2?
Correct. So the same.
2 rotations.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So 3 officers.
Correct.
All right. And they also trained you in the Van Buren Township policies and how to write a police report, correct?
Correct.
You have been trained repeatedly on how to write an objective and accurate police report, correct?
Correct.
And you did that in this case, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, this report was reviewed after you had drafted it, correct?
It was.
And this police report that you drafted it shortly after you had processed Ms. Clark, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, everything was still fresh in your memory?
Correct.
And you agree with me that memory fades with time?
Correct.
If you had to write this police report today, your recollection of the events on August 18th, 2022 might not be as clear in your mind or your memory as they were when you wrote this police report, correct?
Correct.
And there was no rush or hurry or anything that required you to write say a briefer police report than normal, correct?
There was not.
All right. And you actually did sit down and spend a great deal of time writing out the best, most accurate police report that you could in this instance, correct?
That's correct.
And you were trained in the NHTSA course that you should include all signs and symptoms that support the inference of impairment or intoxication in a police report, correct? For a
Correct.
DUI investigation.
Correct.
And that's more or less reflected in the Van Buren Township Police Department's policies on how to write a police report as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you do that in this instance?
I did, yes.
All right, so everything is in that report.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Is there anything that you want to add, delete, or modify in the police report?
There is not.
You had an opportunity to review the police report before you came here to testify today, correct?
I have.
You knew at the time that you drafted this report that you might actually be called to court and caused to testify, and that you might use this police report to refresh your recollection, correct?
Yes, correct.
And your recollection was in fact refreshed this morning when you reviewed the police report before you testified, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, there's nothing that you want to change about this police report at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Anything you want to add to it?
There's not.
Okay. So on August, was it August 18th or August 19th that you stopped Ms. Clark?
That I do not recall.
Okay. Your police report reflects August 18th. My motion indicates August 19th. Do you know which day it was?
I do not recall.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I do not.
Was it a Monday or a Sunday or a Friday? Any idea?
I do not recall.
Okay. You might say that there might be increased patrols over the weekend in the summer on a Friday or Saturday, correct?
There is not for us, no.
No? Okay. What time did you stop Ms. Clark? Do you recall?
I believe it was approximately 10 p.m.
All right. Was it still light out?
It was not.
Okay. And you know that because you stopped her for having her brake lights not working, correct?
Tail lights, correct.
Taillights. They were dark, right?
Correct.
Now, you were trained as an officer that there are some 26 different driving behaviors of an impaired motorist, correct? In the
Correct.
NHTSA class?
Correct.
Okay. And you're trained to observe for those that might give you a reasonable inference that the person might be impaired, correct?
Correct.
You can also stop a vehicle for an equipment violation or a registration violation, correct?
That is correct.
And in this instance, the traffic stop is because her taillights were not working, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, after you started to approach her vehicle, she turned right into Atchison Ford, correct? And then drove over that little curve that separates it from French Landing Plaza, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, you stopped her there in that parking lot and made personal contact, correct?
That is correct.
That would enter phase one of the DUI investigation, or the DWI investigation, as NHTSA likes to call it, correct?
Correct.
Phase one is where you use your sense of sight, hearing, and smell to ascertain whether or not a person has consumed alcoholic beverages before you made personal contact, right?
Correct.
When you approached Ms. Clark, you did not note any odor of an alcoholic beverage, correct?
I did not know.
You did not notice any slurred speech, correct?
I did not know.
You did not notice any bloodshot or watery eyes, correct?
No.
Okay. You asked her though if she had consumed any alcoholic beverages before personal contact, all right?
Correct, yeah.
And she admitted to you that she had had 2 whiskey sour drinks before operating the motor vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Clark, you were able to look this up, and it's in your report, I believe, that she weighs 150 pounds, correct?
I did not look that up.
No? All right. You were able to visually estimate her at 150 pounds. Well, I looked through your report to see if you've got this down here. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were trained in the NHTSA Standardized Field Sobriety Training course, how alcohol is metabolized by the body, correct?
Yes.
You were trained about absorption, distribution, and elimination of alcohol from the human body, correct?
Correct.
You were trained that in the rudimentary stuff regarding the Widmark equation on how many drinks it takes for a person to become intoxicated, correct?
Correct.
And you also know that each drink is approximately, say, a 0.02 to a 0.03 if they're consumed instantaneously by a person who's 150 pounds, correct?
Correct.
A 150-pound woman, if she drank 2 whiskey sour drinks instantaneously, would produce a maximum BAC of a 0.06, correct?
Using that equation, yes.
Okay. And if those 2 drinks are not consumed instantaneously, but over a reasonable period of time, her expected BAC, that 150-pound woman, would be a 0.035, correct? After some elimination.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So the fact that she admitted to you that she had consumed 2 whiskey sour drinks prior to operating that motor vehicle, you know it's legal to drink and drive, right?
I do, yes.
All right. It's only illegal if you drink too much, right? Okay. Now, you requested that Ms. Clark exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, there are in your standardized field sobriety training materials, pre-exit interview techniques, correct?
There is.
Produce your license, registration, proof of insurance.
Correct.
Doing 2 things simultaneously, asking an unusual question, or performing preliminary exit tests such as the alphabet counting backwards or finger count, correct?
Correct.
These are all things that are designed to decide whether or not the person is adequately able to divide his or her attention, correct?
That's correct.
And the divided attention tasks are emphasized throughout your NHTSA training course because an impaired person has difficulty doing 2 things at once, correct?
Correct.
You did not engage in any divided attention tasks before you asked her to exit the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
You did not engage in any of those pre-exit interview techniques such as the alphabet finger count or counting backwards, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The exit, you're allowed to force, essentially, a motorist to exit a vehicle under Pennsylvania versus Mims, right?
Correct.
To ensure officer safety, to ensure that the motorist doesn't have a weapon that might pose a danger to you, right?
Yes.
So Ms. Clark had no option but to exit the vehicle at that time when you quote unquote asked her to exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now she did exit the vehicle, correct?
She did.
She was not a sovereign citizen, refusing to get out, right? No. Okay. You were trained in the NHTSA standardized field sobriety test battery, though, that the exit sequence is an important aspect of the DWI investigation, correct?
It is.
An impaired motorist may show an unusual or an angry reaction when you ask them to exit the vehicle, correct?
Potentially, yes.
The impaired motorist may fumble or have difficulty with the motor vehicle controls, like, I don't know, rolling down their back window or fumbling with the door handle or something like that, correct?
Correct.
An impaired motorist may actually get angry with you when they're asked to exit, right?
Correct.
An impaired motorist might leave their seatbelt on, correct?
Yes.
An impaired motorist may have to pull themselves out of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And an impaired motorist might have to lean against the vehicle for support, correct?
That is correct.
Each one of these questions that I've just asked you is a bullet point in your NHTSA training materials where they trained you, this is what you're supposed to look for at the exit, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you notice none of these behaviors exhibited by Ms. Clark, correct?
That is correct.
She exited the vehicle consistent with that of a sober person, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at that point, you have no signs of impairment during the exit sequence, correct?
That is correct.
And you have no signs of impairment during the personal contact phase, correct?
Correct.
All right, so phase 1 at that point, when you ask the person to exit, that concludes phase 1, correct?
Yes.
That's where it ends and you go into phase 2, correct?
Correct.
Or actually, I'm sorry, phase 1 is vehicle in motion. Phase 2, personal contact. I misspoke, I apologize. That concludes phase 2 though, right?
It does, yes.
So you elected to have her perform field sobriety tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were trained that these tests were developed in 1977 initially, correct?
Yes.
You were trained that the HGN test back in 1977 was called the alcohol gaze nystagmus, correct?
Correct.
It was a wholly different test that was conducted back in the 1970s than what you're currently trained to do for HGN, correct?
Yes.
The HGN test you were trained in the NHTSA materials was developed somewhere around 1983 or so with some of the additional validation studies, correct?
Correct.
And then fast forward, you have the 1998 San Diego study along with Colorado and Florida that produce statistical reliability or relevance of these tests, correct?
Yes,
The purpose of these tests is to ascertain whether or not a motorist is at or above the legal limit, correct?
that is correct.
These tests also suffer from real problems with statistical reliability, though, don't they?
Potentially.
Potentially, you could make false determinations just based upon the raw numbers that are provided, for example, in the San Diego study, correct?
Correct.
And the HDN test, when improperly conducted according to the robustness study, can produce error rates upwards of 90%, correct?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay, all right. You are required to properly conduct these tests, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you have obviously 3 years or 4 years maybe of training, knowledge, and experience, correct?
Correct.
But you don't claim to be an expert in these field sobriety tests, do you?
I do not.
You're an officer and you're required to follow the NHTSA protocols, correct?
That is correct.
And you were warned in the NHTSA training course that if you don't conduct these tests in accordance with the standardized prescribed method, using the standardized criteria to score the performance, that the statistical reliability is, I believe in their words, compromised, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you conduct the HDN test, that is a scientific test, correct?
It is, yes.
What you're looking for essentially is a type of jerking in the eyes, correct?
That's correct.
Everyone has nystagmus, correct?
No.
Everyone has nystagmus to some degree. Correct?
I'm unaware of that.
All right. Hold on just a second. Nystagmus occurs naturally and is always present, correct? Well, let's walk through the test. Do you recall how the HDN test is, how you medically qualify somebody to do the HDN test?
I do, yes.
And what are those 3 things that you do to medically qualify a person to, before you administer the test?
Checking for eyeglasses.
I'm sorry.
Checking for eyeglasses. I cannot recall the other 2.
Okay, all right. If you do not medically qualify somebody to perform the HDN test before conducting the test, your results, you haven't medically qualified a person, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you do not remember at this time what the 3 things are that you do to medically qualify somebody to perform the HDN test on them, correct?
I do not.
Okay, all right. You raised your finger in front of Ms. Clark's face and held it away from her face a certain distance. Do you recall what that distance was?
The manual states 12 to 15 inches.
Did you do 12 to 15 inches?
I do not recall.
Okay, all right. If you're too close or too far, that's one of those things that's talked about in the robustness study. If you know, yes?
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with the study.
Okay. You are required to follow the instructions that are given to you in the NHTSA manual by holding the stimulus at 12 to 15 inches slightly above eye level, correct?
Yes.
And then you're required to move the stimulus in a certain prescribed fashion, correct?
Correct.
If you do not move the stimulus at the certain prescribed fashion that's advocated by the NHTSA materials, you may induce nystagmus, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were also warned to turn off your overhead lights on your car because that can also induce nystagmus, correct?
Correct.
Did you turn off your lights before conducting this test?
I normally practice that I do, but I do not recall this.
Okay, that's called optokinetic nystagmus, correct?
I'm unfamiliar with the terminology, but
Optokinetic, you don't remember that?
I do not.
Would looking at your training materials refresh your memory?
It would, yes.
May I approach you?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Awesome. That was really expensive to print. Take a look at the first page. That's the 2018 DWI detection and standardized field sobriety testing participant manual, correct?
It is, yes.
All right. Sorry, Judge.
No, you're not.
I'm floundering here in session 7. If you want to turn to that, session 7. Oh, no, I'm sorry, session 8. I lied. Page 21 of 95 in session 8. You see optokinetic nystagmus on that page?
I do, yes.
And does that refresh your recollection now?
It does, yes.
Okay. So you can induce nystagmus merely by having your overhead lights on, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, as I was talking about earlier about medically qualifying a person before you conduct the test, you're required to make 2 complete passes before you even begin the evaluation, doing the actual HGM test, correct?
Correct.
And that is to check for equal tracking, correct?
Correct.
In order to look for equal tracking, you have to look at both subjects' eyes to ensure that they track equally, correct?
That is correct.
All right. That's one of the medical procedures that you have to do before you begin the HGM test, correct?
Correct.
The second one is to ensure that the eyes are equal in size, the pupils, correct?
Correct.
In your NHTSA training materials, they describe like a quarter versus a dime, correct?
Yes.
A larger coin versus a smaller coin. If you see unequal pupil size in a subject's eye, unequal pupil size in the subject's eyes, they're not medically qualified to perform the HGM test, correct? Correct? And you're also required to look for resting nystagmus, correct?
Yes.
Resting nystagmus is when the eyes just simply quiver while the person is looking at you, correct?
Yes.
So these are the 3 medical things that you're required to do before you even conduct the HGM test, correct?
Correct.
But you did not remember these until I refreshed your recollection by asking these questions, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, once you begin the HGM test, you're required to move the stimulus in the standardized prescribed fashion using the times that are detailed for you in the NHTSA training materials, correct?
That is correct.
And this is what's going to differentiate HGM from AGM from all other types of nystagmus testing tests, correct?
Correct.
All right. If you don't move the stimulus the right way, it really isn't the HGM test at all, is it?
That's correct.
All right. Do you recall at what rate of speed you're supposed to look for the first clue?
It is 2 seconds from center to side.
All right. And what's that first thing that you're looking for? Do you recall?
The lack of smooth pursuit.
The lack of smooth pursuit. That's right. You move the stimulus out, 2 seconds out and 2 seconds back, correct?
That's correct.
And then you check the other eye, 2 seconds out and 2 seconds back to center, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you repeat that procedure, correct?
You do, yes.
So that's 2, 4, 6, 8 times 2 is 16 seconds just to perform the very first stage of the HGM test, correct?
Correct.
And then what's the second thing that you look for?
You'll
What's the second clue?
the nystagmus prior to the onset of 45 degrees.
Are you sure on that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how you check for the onset prior to 45 degrees?
Yes.
How?
So it's the same motion, using a stimulus and then moving out, should take you 4 seconds, approximately 4 seconds to reach that 45-degree angle.
And where is that 45-degree angle at?
It's more or less an estimation.
Well, let's say that you were 15 inches away from Ms. Clark's face, hypothetically speaking. How far would the stimulus have to move over? Well, how far did you move the stimulus?
Mr.
over?
Mays, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
They'll be on Marion's desk, they're not in it yet, so somebody else's. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Mays.
No problem, Judge. If you would turn to session 8, page 55. You were actually required to practice on a 45-degree template how to estimate the 45-degree angle, correct?
I do not recall.
We'll take a look at those pages. Does it refresh your recollection? They've given you a 45-degree template, correct?
Yes,
And then there's participant practice, where they will coach and critique your practicing of the 45-degree angle, correct?
that is correct.
Now, you're not a carpenter, are you?
I'm not.
All right, if you're 12 inches away from the face, 12 inches over is 45 degrees. It's a square, right?
Correct.
If you're 15 inches away, it's 15 inches over, right? Think of a carpenter, think of a square.
Yes,
And if you're 18 inches away, it's 18 inches over, correct?
that's correct.
All right. You didn't know that at the time you conducted this test on Ms. Clark, correct?
Correct.
You'll never forget it now, though, will you?
I will not.
What's that?
I will not.
Okay, so, now you said that you move it over at a rate that takes approximately 4 seconds to reach the 45-degree mark, but you don't recall exactly how to measure the 45-degree angle in Ms. Clark's case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you're required to check the other eye, right?
Yes,
And then you're required to repeat that process, correct?
yes,
So that's 4, 4, plus another 4, plus another 4. So that's another 16, correct?
it is, yes.
But it actually takes a little bit longer to do that because once you reach that 45-degree mark, if you see nystagmus, you're required to stop and verify that the nystagmus is actually present, correct?
That is correct.
So it would actually be about 6 seconds for each eye times 2, right?
Correct.
So 24 seconds just to check for the onset prior to 45 degrees, correct?
Yes,
Now, when I was asking you earlier what the second clue is that you're looking for, isn't it true that actually the second thing after lack of smooth pursuit is distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation?
I do not recall.
Okay. You can turn back on session 8 to session 8, page 32. You see lack of smooth pursuit, distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation, and then onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees.
I do, yes.
Okay, that's the order in which you're supposed to do these things, correct?
Correct.
Now on page 33, it says that these 10 steps are to be done with systematic administration of the HGN, correct?
Yes,
Now, you were never trained in HGN outside of the police training for this HGN test, correct?
correct.
You're not medically trained, in other words.
No.
And it's nothing that, you don't use this in any other field or capacity, correct?
I do not.
Your sole and authoritative source for the HGN test is contained in this training course, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so let's talk about the passes that you're required to take, and the times you're required to engage in this test. You did this entire test in 4 passes, correct?
I do not recall the number of passes.
Okay. You're required to do a minimum of 14 lateral passes, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Would watching the video refresh your recollection on how many passes you made?
It would, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mays, how do you intend to show this
I'm
video?
just gonna hand it to 'em.
And for Ms. Manarino, myself, or anyone else is interested in
I
the
don't think
video?
that we need to see it. I mean, if you want, we could, but it's just to refresh his recollection.
I asked because Officer Brooks was turning on the screen. Because we allow attorneys to connect their devices so that everybody can see it. But if it's your intention to approach Officer Vidal and show him what it is that you have. Can't imagine that Ms. Manarino has any objection.
No.
May I approach?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is that you in that video? Conducting those tests, Ms. Clark?
It is, yes.
You grew a mustache since then?
I did, yes.
Okay, it's cool.
Your question, sir?
He's watching the HDN, Judge, to see if it was 4 passes.
Thought we had another mustache question.
Oh, no.
We started off at 8 o'clock with
Did
a
you see
mustache
that they
question.
retrieved my twin in Dallas the other day?
I'm sorry?
They found my twin living in an abandoned building after he'd escaped from the Dallas Zoo.
Ms. Clark is
He's
like,
got
this
this
is not.
beautiful mustache. I'll show you after court.
No, I'm good, thank you.
You know what I'm talking
I
about?
know what you're talking about now.
Enough mustaches today?
What's that?
The 2 missing monkeys. Oh, that beeping would
Are you
drive
watching
me
the test
crazy.
being done?
Yes,
All
It's
right, 4
beeping.
lateral passes?
that's correct.
All right, thank you very much. And so we've got the couple of passes for medically qualifying the person to see that there is equal tracking, right?
Correct.
And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 for lack of smooth pursuit, right?
Yes,
1, 2, 3, 4 for distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation, right?
yes,
And then 1, 2, 3, 4 for onset prior to 45 degrees, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Now, your knowledge, training, and experience regarding the HGN test is that you were required to do it this way, right?
Correct.
You can't detect, for example, the lack of smooth pursuit and distinct nystagmus at maximum deviation and the onset prior to 45 degree in any other way than doing it this way, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, after the HDN test, I might go back to that just a little bit further, but let's move on to you would agree with me that everyone, including police officers, have their own background, their own biases, and their own prejudices, correct?
That's correct.
We have to carefully guard, and you may have even have been trained in de-escalation techniques where they teach you to reconsider some of your inherent biases, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, and I guess that the easier way of saying it is that what the mind believes, the eyes will see and the ears will hear, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you're looking at a person and conducting the HGN test, if you want to believe that the person is impaired by alcohol, you might see something that is objectively not true, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You instruct, I'm trying to think, you try and do your best to set aside the biases and the prejudices that you might have that are inherent, correct?
I do.
Okay. Now, you had Ms. Clark perform the finger count test next, correct? After the HGM.
I believe yes.
The finger count is not an actual field sobriety test, correct?
Correct.
It is not a validated standardized field sobriety test, correct?
It is not.
It qualifies in the NHTSA materials as an additional technique, correct?
Yes.
And again, we discussed that earlier. That's a pre-exit interview technique, correct?
Yes.
Your NHTSA training instructed you that these techniques are not as reliable as the standardized field sobriety test, but they can be useful for obtaining evidence of impairment. These techniques do not replace the SFSTs, correct?
Correct.
And when it says these techniques do not replace the SFSTs in your training materials, that was all capped, right?
I did not recall.
Okay.
that.
Now, understanding that you might have inherent biases or prejudices or something like that, using your best judgment on this particular night that you were interviewing Ms. Clark, using your best training and experience, you admit that Ms. Clark passed the finger test. Correct?
Finger dexterity?
The finger dexterity, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You then asked her to recite the alphabet, and just like the finger count, this is also not a standard test, correct?
It is not.
It is one of those additional techniques detailed in the NHTSA manual, correct?
Correct.
And the way that they have it laid out in the NHTSA manual, you ask a portion of the alphabet, correct?
Correct.
Because that is an unusual question to ask a person to do just a portion of the alphabet. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So you instructed her to recite the alphabet from D as in Delta and ending in Q as in whatever Q is under the military alphabet. What is Q in the military or police?
Queen.
Queen?
Correct.
Okay. So Delta to Queen.
Correct.
And what you're looking to see is if a person can recite their alphabet, if they mix up letters, if they leave out letters, skip letters, or simply can't even do the test, right?
Correct.
And you have seen that, correct?
I have it.
Where a person goes A, B, C, and they can't say anything else. And it's just bizarre, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. In this instance, Ms. Clark recited her alphabet from D and went all the way to Z, correct?
That is correct.
And then she paused after saying that, made some sort of, she offered to repeat the test, correct?
I did not recall it.
You don't? Would watching the video refresh your recollection?
It would, yes.
Okay. Oops.
So 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so no, you're good.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
She did offer to recite it again, correct?
She did.
Which implies that she knew that she was supposed to stop at Q. Oops, I went all the way to the end, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, it assumes things that weren't what she said.
Well, she offered to repeat the test. We
She
can
did
agree on that, yes?
Hold on, officer.
I'll stipulate to, her objection. But we can agree that she offered to repeat the test.
She
right?
did, yes.
Okay, for whatever reason.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that is not that performance of that evaluation. She didn't miss any letters, correct?
Correct.
There was no slurred speech, correct?
There was none.
There was no singing. You tell them not to sing it, correct?
That is correct.
She didn't sing. She didn't miss any letters or jumble them up and she was obviously able to complete the evaluation, correct?
She was.
All right. You then had her perform the one leg stand, correct?
Correct.
The one leg stand requires a motorist to put their feet together, arms at their sides, and raise either foot approximately 6 inches off the ground, keeping that foot level with the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And you're looking for there are standardized instructions that you use, correct?
There is.
And there's a standardized criteria on how to measure that performance, the subject's performance, right?
There is.
Okay. Now let's using your training and experience and using your best judgment, despite any suspicions that you might have had or potential biases that you might have had, you agree with me that Ms. Clark passed the one leg stand without exhibiting any clues, correct?
Correct.
Her performance of that test was flawless, correct?
She performed it as instructed.
Okay. Now, that is a standardized field sobriety test, correct?
It is.
All right. You next had Ms. Clark perform the walk and turn test, correct?
Correct.
And that is, like the one leg stand and the HGN, a validated field sobriety test, correct?
It is.
This requires a motorist to put their foot on a line, whether it's real or imaginary, put their right foot touching the heel or the heel to the toe of their left foot. And then standing there with their arms down at their sides while you read them instructions, correct?
That is correct.
You instruct the motorist or subject at that point that do not move from this position until I've instructed you to begin the test, right?
Yes.
When you tell the person, when I tell you to begin, I want you to take a series of 9 heel to toe steps. I will demonstrate 3. 1, 2, 3. And you'll demonstrate those 3 steps. At the end of your 9th step, I want you to take a series of small steps, keeping your lead foot planted and then returning the 9 heel to toe steps. While conducting this evaluation, I want your arms at your sides at all times. I want you to look at your toe and I want you to count your steps out loud. Starting off by counting the first step as 1. Do you understand these instructions, right?
Correct.
So this is not just walk heel to toe, correct? This is a pretty complicated test, right?
Correct.
And there are a total of 18 steps plus the turn, plus starting too soon and raising the arms for balance or stopping while walking. All of these things are clues, right?
Yes.
So a person can fail this test left, right, or indifferent. Easy, right?
Correct.
Okay. This, as well as the one leg stand, are both divided attention tasks, correct?
They are, yes.
And you were trained in the NHTSA materials that alcohol will affect the mind before it affects the fine motor coordination skills, like being able to paint Picasso or something like that. And that alcohol will then affect those fine motor coordination skills before it affects the gross motor coordination skills, correct?
Correct.
So gross motor coordination skills being just the ability to walk or stand up or something like that. And you've seen people that are drunk like that, right?
Yes.
Where they can't stand up and they're just sloppy, right?
Correct.
But these tests, the one leg stand and the walk and turn, they divide a person's attention and require them to focus on your instructions and then to do these physical tasks in connection with that, right?
Yes.
Dare to say that it is a little bit demanding if a person has never done the walk and turn ever before to understand all of those instructions, right?
Yes.
At the conclusion of the instructions, you say, do you understand how to do this test? Do you have any questions before you begin this test, right?
Correct.
No, I don't. All right, you can start counting your first step as 1. 9 steps down, turn, 9 steps back, right?
Yes.
Using your training and experience and your knowledge and using your best judgment despite any suspicions or potential biases, you would agree with me that Ms. Clark flawlessly performed the walk and turn, correct?
She did, yes.
Okay. At that point, you requested that Ms. Clark submit to a preliminary breath test, correct?
That is correct.
The preliminary breath test, you have to be a class 1 certified officer before you can conduct a PBT, correct?
Correct.
Are you a class 1 certified PBT operator?
I'm unaware.
You don't know?
I do not.
Okay. Requires you to go to a class on how to administer a preliminary breath test, correct?
I'm unfamiliar with it.
You didn't go to a class for the preliminary breath test?
I did not.
No? Okay. All right, fair enough. Had you been trained, they would have trained you that you have to ensure that a person does not eat, drink, smoke, or regurgitate or place anything in their mouth other than the tube to the preliminary breath test instrument before administering the PBT, correct?
Correct.
This is designed to ensure the accuracy of those preliminary breath tests, correct?
Yes.
In the NHTSA manual, they even talk about the limitations of a preliminary breath test device, correct?
Yes.
And a preliminary breath test, if a person is eating, drinking, smoking, regurgitating, or placing anything in their mouth other than the tube, may compromise the validity of the test, right? And the problem with a roadside PBT is that if a person has drank alcohol just shortly before you had contact with them, they can blow crazy high numbers, correct?
Yes.
If you take a sip of beer and spit it out, don't even drink it, and then blow into a PBT 5-10 minutes later, you will have numbers up in the 20s and the 30s, correct?
Yes.
And likewise, they say in the NHTSA manual that smoking can produce artificially high results, correct?
Yes.
Now, you are not required to actually observe a person for 15 minutes before administering the preliminary breath test, correct? That's a data master where you have to actually observe, right?
Yes.
Preliminary breath test rules are a little bit more relaxed, correct?
Correct.
You are only required to reasonably ensure that a person has not ate, drank, smoked, regurgitated, or placed anything in their mouth, right?
Correct.
And you can do that simply by asking, Ms. Clark, when's the last time you ate, drank, smoked, regurgitated, or placed anything in your mouth? And if she says longer than 15 minutes ago, Officer Fidel, you're good to go, right?
Yes.
All right. You did not do that in this instance, correct?
I do not recall.
Well, the time, you conducted the PBT at 11 minutes and 32 seconds, correct?
I do not recall the exact time.
We can, you want to watch the video? There you go, you can play it, your option. You see her doing the PBT there?
Yes.
The time in terms of the body camera time, not body camera time, but the, it notes down here that it's at 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, it's a little bit before that. Oops. Excuse me. Twelve, 12:13 on the body camera in terms of the recorded footage, right?
Correct.
And we go back here. You made personal contact 50 seconds in, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we do that math, 12:10 minus 50 seconds. You conducted the PBT at 11 minutes and 32 seconds, correct?
Correct.
All right. You did not ask her the requisite questions regarding when the last time she ate, drank, smoked, or placed anything in her mouth, correct?
I did not.
And she did actually have cigarettes in the car, correct? You did an inventory search, right? Or did you not?
I did. I don't recall if I did it or another officer. Honestly.
All right. You did not tell Ms. Clark that eating, drinking, smoking, or placing anything in her mouth might compromise the preliminary breath test, correct?
Correct.
You did not warn her that drinking, smoking, belching, or anything else like that might inadvertently cause a higher than accurate preliminary breath test result, correct?
I did not.
And in terms of the weight that you might give, let's talk about the HGN and the PBT. You are not an expert witness, as we discussed earlier, correct?
Correct.
You would not be able to tell us what weight to ascribe to an improperly conducted HGN test, correct?
Correct.
You would not be able to tell us what weight we should give to an improperly conducted preliminary breath test, correct?
That is correct.
All right. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Fidel, I want to go back to the initial stop. When Ms. Clark pulled into the driveway at Atkinson Ford, was the dealership closed at that time?
It was.
And then once she pulled into Atkinson to access French Landing, I understand that she drove over a curb.
Correct. It's approximately 2 foot wide with 2 curbs that divides the 2 parking lots.
And that separates the parking lot of the dealership from the parking lot of the liquor store.
It does, yes.
Other than Miss Clark's statement that she had 2 drinks, do you have any knowledge as to how much alcohol she actually consumed on that date of August?
I do not.
So as to the questions that Mr. Mays was asking you a few moments ago, as it relates to what you would expect her blood alcohol to be, you don't know what the starting point is as for the amount and time of alcohol that she consumed.
Correct.
Before you asked Ms. Clark to exit the vehicle to do this field sobriety test, was there anything about your observations of her that caused you to believe that she could be impaired?
Yes.
What was that?
The admittance of consuming alcohol, and then when asked for driver's license, I believe she went through a stack of cards, if I remember correctly.
So she didn't seem to know where her license was located promptly upon you asking her for it.
Correct.
When you asked her to perform the finger dexterity test, was there anything that she did in that test that was not in accordance with how you had instructed her to perform it?
I do not recall.
Is that something you would have documented in your report?
It is, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, I'm handing you the portion of your report that reflects the performance, your notes on the field sobriety test. Do you see that?
Yes.
Upon reviewing that report, does it refresh your recollection as to the finger dexterity test and Ms. Clark's performance?
It does, yes.
And was there anything in her performance of the test that was not in accordance with your instructions?
Yes, failing to count all out.
And I believe we went over this when Mr. Mays was asking the questions, but when Ms. Clark performed the alphabet test and was supposed to count or say the alphabet from D to Q, and she went from D to Z, did she say anything to you that indicated that she understood that she was not performing that test in accordance with your instructions?
No.
In fact, the only thing she did say was that she asked if you wanted to perform the test again.
Correct.
After you administered the field sobriety test and based on your interaction with Ms. Clark, you didn't have to arrest her for operating on oxygen, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And what was the probable cause upon which that arrest decision arrested?
The horizontal gaze nystagmus driving behavior.
Other than those 2 pieces, was there anything else that played into your determination that you had probable cause at that juncture to arrest Ms. Clark?
There was not.
Did the manner in which she was driving play into your probable cause determination at all?
It did, yes.
Did the fact that she had admitted to you that she consumed alcohol early in that Was that a factor in you assessing the probable cause?
It was, yeah.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Mays?
Just very briefly, Officer Fidel, on the finger count, there are no standard instructions for that because it's not a standard test, correct?
It is not.
Okay. You did not instruct her to count out loud, did you?
I do not recall.
You want to watch the video?
Yes.
This one's a little longer. Oops. I think it's queued up and you just have to hit play.
Okay, I'll tell you when to begin. It's gonna look like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so one sequence will look like this. I'm gonna show you, but let me show you. You're not starting yet, okay? So just watch one sequence, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a complete sequence. So you'll do 3 total. Do you understand that? Okay, so whenever you're ready, whatever hand you choose, you may begin, okay?
Okay, you did not explicitly instruct her that you are required to count this out loud, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. On the walk and turn by comparison, when you gave her the standardized instructions, there are standard instructions for that test, right?
There is.
And like we talked about earlier, you tell the subject, it's Ms. Clark or somebody else, you may begin counting your first step as 1. And you tell them earlier in the instructions, count your steps aloud, correct?
Correct.
All right, but you did not do that for this finger count, correct?
That is correct.
And in terms of trying to find the driver's license, you're not suggesting that she was fumbling for her driver's license. There was a big old stack of credit cards that she had to go through, and then she went to another place to look for the license, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you were specifically trained to look for fumbling fingers while retrieving a driver's license, not that a person is just disorganized or has a lot of cards, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. No further questions, Judge.
I have nothing else to do, Officer, Your Honor.
Officer Fidel, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Your next witness, Mr. Mays.
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses, Ms. Manorino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Argument, Mr. Mays.
Your Honor, I think that the motions themselves speak for themselves, and that I've given you enough arguments in there to dismiss this based on probable cause, but we're also moving to suppress the breath test after the arrest, or the chemical test after the arrest, because of Secretary of State versus Gallagher, where that arrest that you make as an officer, the sine qua non of instructing a motorist on chemical test rights is that arrest. And the sine qua non of it is a valid arrest. And I've struggled with this over the years, but there's a number of Michigan cases out there that talk about how the implied consent law, the chemical test rates in Michigan's implied consent law, offer a motorist a Hobbesian choice as to whether they're going to submit to it or refuse it. You know, you're going to lose your license for a year, 6 points to be added to your license, etc. if you don't submit. So we place a check on that though by saying what energizes the implied consent statute is a prior valid arrest in Gallagher. If we don't have that prior valid arrest, then the motorist is improperly subjected to that implied consent Hobbesian choice, in other words. there's always the alternative of going and getting a warrant. We can search people's blood, we can do that with a warrant. But in the absence of a warrant, what triggers the implied consent statute is a valid arrest. So we're moving to suppress the chemical test because there was no valid arrest. The arrest on the totality of circumstances, probable cause was lacking. Now, the people in this instance have come up with a wonderful case that supports their position. People versus McDonald. People versus McDonald was handed down, I believe, the exact same week as People versus Roe, which I've cited in mine. In Roe, they say, hey, you did the PBT in under 15 minutes, that's right out for probable cause, for trial, for all purposes. HGN done wrong, it's out, you know, all this good sort of stuff. In a different panel of the Court of Appeals rules that same week the exact opposite. They say a bad or poorly performed HGN, an improperly conducted PBT. Yeah. We agree that the administrative rules were violated. We agree that this is inadmissible at trial. But we should look to the officer's experience and use the officer's experience to supplement probable cause. So in McDonald, they said the lower court was wrong to disregard the HGN and wrong to disregard the improperly conducted PBT, which is terrible law. Now, this is unpublished. It's unpublished, so it's not binding on this court. But here is what I was screaming as I read this decision. In Gilbert, I believe, which is one of our Daubert decisions here in Michigan, there's a line in there that says the proponent of the evidence bears the burden of proving admissibility and relevance. The proponent of the evidence has that burden. And they describe it in Gilbert as Hornbook law, citing Crawford, People versus Crawford, I believe. This is so rudimentary that the person who wants to rely upon an HGN test, or the person who wants to rely upon a PBT test, or in anything else, I mean, any other type of case, non-criminally, in the civil context, if you are the proponent of the evidence, it's Hornbook law that you have to establish as that proponent, both relevancy and admissibility. And if you can't do that, then it's out. How the Court of Appeals felt that this was, they stood Crawford and Gilbert right on its head and said, the proponent of the evidence, being the prosecutor in this case, is good enough for government work. It's good enough because the prosecution's good, defense bad, is really the message I got from McDonald. Now, insofar as the published case law is concerned, we have People versus Berger. People versus Berger, in the underlying facts in that case, although it is not clear to the casual observer, if you go back and read it with a fine-tooth comb, knowing what we know about HGN now, we can say with almost a certainty that the eye test in Berger was actually done wrong. And it went up to the Court of Appeals with both the prosecution and the defense unaware as to how the test was actually supposed to be conducted. And that's why, you know, it just kind of came in. Berger decides that they're going to do a review of the various cases from across the country, saying some states don't allow HGN in at all. Other states hold that it's scientific evidence and that the prosecution has the burden of proving that it's properly performed by a properly qualified officer. And yet another group of states hold that it's a field sobriety test, just like any other field sobriety test. They said, we're going to pick that one. Just arbitrarily, they decided we're going to go with the courts that hold that HGN is a scientific test and that the proponent, the prosecution, must prove that it was properly conducted by a properly qualified officer. Through judicial notice, accepting these scientific tests through judicial notice circumvents Daubert and 702 so far that it's crazy to think that they felt that they were in a position to just kind of pick and choose which way HGN would be admitted or denied across the state. I mean, this is judicial activism at its worst. But Berger, if the test is not properly conducted, then I mean, we're talking 4 passes versus 14 passes. At that point, it's no longer even an HGN test. We shouldn't call it an HGN test. It's just moving the finger a few times in front of a person's face. It's not magical. This is actual real science. And in order to have clues produced reliably through this, I mean, we're looking for 6 different clues. We have to actually look for those 6 different things. And as the NHTSA materials say, if you don't do it in a standardized prescribed fashion and use the standardized criteria to measure the result, you compromise the results. And they don't offer any flexibility with this in the training materials. So when I read McDonald, I thought to myself, you know, here's an officer who improperly conducted the HGM, improperly conducted the PBT, and the McDonald Court of Appeals panel felt that that was good enough because of the officer's experience. The officer's experience showed that he didn't know how to properly conduct the HGM. He didn't know how to properly conduct the PBT. How can we rely upon an officer's experience if they can't follow the simple instructions that they take in a 3-day training course? And when we talk about officer experience, all of a sudden I'm reminded of a line from 702 in Dogger. Knowledge, training, education, and experience. McDonald was basically accepting that the police officer was an expert witness without calling it that. This is deference to police officers that don't have expertise. They have training. And if the prosecution wanted to tender Officer Fidel as an expert, she could have, but she didn't. And normally they don't try to tender them as experts because in Officer Fidel's own words, he's not an expert on these things. He took the participant course. He graduated from the course. And then he improperly conducted the HGM, improperly conducted the PBT. I'm a little bothered by the fact that he indicated that he doesn't know if he's certified to even administer the PBT, the Class 1 certification. I'll leave that to the court for whatever it's worth. But we have enough here to show that the HGM was done wrong, the PBT was done wrong. I'm asking that the court exclude those from probable cause analysis. And in the absence of those 2 tests, there is no evidence to support probable cause. There's not enough to say that it is more likely than not, or that a reasonable person would, reasonable caution, that sort, would say that there's enough evidence here for probable cause to arrest. So I'm asking that the court dismiss the case, suppress the chemical test after the arrest, ruling that the HGM and the PBT are inadmissible, even for probable cause purposes. And any other relief that you feel is appropriate, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in this case, probable cause does exist for the arrest. Probable cause does exist for the chemical test and the subsequent report. The officer testified that the probable cause that he had in this matter exceeded the clues that he had gathered from the HGM test and went beyond the PBT. There was the manner in which she was driving. There was the fact that she admitted to consuming alcohol. There was her performance on 2 of the tests that he administered. The probable cause burden is different than the beyond a reasonable doubt burden at trial, and the probable cause burden is significantly lower. In this case, we certainly have provided enough such that there was a probable cause for the arrest. And, you know, Mr. Mays argues without really offering any evidence that there was some issue with something that Ms. Clark had done within the 15 minutes preceding the test. There's no evidence of that. And I think that under the McDonald case, which I understand that defense is not a big fan of, under that, the officer can gather some information to form the basis for probable cause from that. We would ask that the court dismiss deny all 3 of defendant's motions.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
My whole problem with this case is that when you look at this just as an average everyday person, we see no odor of intoxicants, no slurred speech, no bloodshot eyes, no watery eyes, none of that stuff. It's just not there. And then passing all of these field sobriety tests aside from the HGM and PBT. And so looking at it just as a practical matter, I don't think we've got enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays and Ms. Manarino. As indicated previously, the court did have the opportunity to review the motions, the 3 motions: defense motion to dismiss for unlawful stop and arrest, the motion to suppress HGN, a motion to strike HGN from totality review and search warrant affidavit, and motion to suppress the PBT. The court will deny the defense motion to dismiss for unlawful stop and arrest, grant defense motion to suppress the HGN, and deny the defense motion to suppress the BBD. It's this court's position that Officer Fidel testified that his probable cause started with the manner in which Ms. Clark was driving and was added to or supplemented by her own admission that she had consumed alcoholic beverages prior to driving that evening. Mr. Mays, if you would submit an order with
I will.
consistent with that court's findings. As for the pretrial in this matter, which was also scheduled for today, is there any reason to have that conversation, or should we put this over to the court's next available date, either the 16th or the 2nd?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Ms. Clark about taking it up on, to circuit.
Absolutely.
So I would ask for a stay and give us a couple months to work this all out, to see what, maybe a status conference in 2 months.
I'm off of Van Buren next month, so if it's somebody,
I go to Judge Green next.
I-
The one, the Ronald's one I just got, we got a date ready for 2 or something before we had it heard downtown, so.
I don't know where I was going was, I don't know that I necessarily wanted to be on Judge Green's docket, given today's rulings and Mr. Mays's suggestion that he'll be filing an appeal. I would rather keep the case, so I will grant Mr. Mays's request for a stay and set it for maybe 60 days out status. I'm turning and looking at you.
Very good, thank you.
We'll provide a date later.
That's fine. Your Honor, I believe we do have a plea on the Johnson case, and then we have the other trial. Can I just have 2 minutes? to
We have Johnson and Patterson, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
And then I gotta get some more.
Absolutely.
Judge, you off the record?
Not really.
I just wanted to apologize for this morning with that case. That was weird.
Don't apologize. It was very odd. I was curious.
I was shocked. If that wasn't patently obvious.
Absolutely. "60 days out will put us at the end of Green's. I expected you yesterday. What happened to you? Come on. You got sidetracked or distracted by something else? Thank you. At the end of her 60 days outish, if she's okay with it, sir, do you swear affirm the contents of the affidavit are true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do.
Thank you. Hush. The two of you are like little kids. You have a post-it note, Marianne? Thank you. Going forward, if I'm in the building, I'm available. Otherwise, if you need me, that's the court number. Text me, call me. You can send it email versus ink signature unless you just require ink signature, okay?
Thank you.
Anything else? Have a good day. Thank you. As soon as Ms. Manarino returns, I'll get your client called and get her on her way, Mr. Bowditch. You're welcome, sir. I want to say that I can't believe those things don't get the sun out. I have questions. There were 6 people watching this. Yeah. Mhm. I don't know. I didn't ask. I'm sure Ken knows. There were 6 people watching just now. They were. This is it. Angela. Actually, there's pretty good videos. Because I watched them, you know, you say that this is how this is supposed to be, you're on the whole page of the manual. I want to see if they really, you know, how they never have this significance about these. We actually had them try, you know. Are you breaking our?
No, this is my idea. I just need to borrow the first HDMI cable.
For the 12:30?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need a second.
I got super nervous.
No, I had to, remember when I was here last?
And you bought
Thursday
that?
and I had to run it up?
Yeah.
I bought this so that Greco and I can use our computers with the court's technology.
Completely unrelated to 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is 220043OM Van Buren Township versus Shannon Marie Johnson. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowden, appearing on behalf of Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Your Honor, Shannon Marie Johnson.
Thank you, ma'am. Today is the day and time set for, I'm sorry, the in-person bench trial, Mr. Bowditch.
Your Honor, we do have an executed plea agreement subject to court approval. In that agreement, Ms. Johnson will be pleading guilty to the charge of interfering with a police officer with the understanding the other charge would be dismissed. She has been advised of all the rights and options.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, raise your right hand for me, please. Ma'am, do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I put your hand down? You have had the full opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch, including all the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, is your desire this afternoon to plead guilty to count 1, interfering with police, understanding that count 2, misuse of 911 will be dismissed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're doing this freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Before I say another word, Mr. Bowditch is aware of this, but I like to place it on the record. In any case where we're taking a plea, I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township was the issuing police agency in this matter. My husband's not aware that your case is scheduled this morning. He has no impact on the decision I make. That being the case, Mr. Bowditch, are we still good to proceed with the plea?
Still good to proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you understand that you will not be able to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on January 16, 2022, in Van Buren Township, you interfered with an officer of the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety by hindering or interfering with that person while they were empowered with police authority?
Yes, Your Honor.
And while that officer was discharging or attempting to discharge their duties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, the court will accept your plea of guilty to count 1, interfering with police. Dismiss count 2, misuse of 911. There is a warrant, bench warrant stapled to the front of the file, which should previously have been recalled, was not. This court recalls that warrant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Anything, Mr. Bowditch, before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson is just a week ago, she was released from jail. She was incarcerated 57 days, and she is still on a tether. We were hoping the court may consider time served in this matter.
Ms. Manarino, any comment?
No, Your Honor, we leave it to the court's discretion.
Mr. Bowditch, the court will not sentence Ms. Johnson to time served. We'll take into consideration her incarceration on an unrelated matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court has concerns when a member of the public interferes with a law enforcement officer who is acting in the course and scope of their responsibilities to the community that they serve. What this court will do is assess minimal fines and costs in this matter. Believe that Ms. Johnson has learned from this experience and that this court does not expect to see her again in any similar situation, correct, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court will impose a $200 fine, $100 in costs. There is mandatory $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee. There's $50 show cost fee and $150 in bench warrant fees. That's $645. Ms. Johnson, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, a clerk will need to process the plea agreement. Then you can contact the court and set a pay plan. You can either go online to the court's website, submit a written request for a payment plan, or you can call the court or come back up here, speak to someone in the collections department, set a payment plan. But other than that, this case is resolved. Ms. Manarino, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Mr. Patterson. Oh,
I think he's
I'm
on.
sorry. Mr. Bowditch and Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you had a case with Judge Green this morning? Okay, there's a note on the front of the file and I'm thinking. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So there was a case this morning where I actually wanted to see the police report. I did, because it was so interesting.
I can fill you in on that one if you're curious, Judge.
That's an aside. There was another one.
Oh, okay.
That one I was. Absolutely, thank you. I always have questions. I wanted Mr. Patterson, our 12:30 trial. Because there's video. Miss Manarino's promised video today, so since I didn't get to see her from the last case.
The other one wasn't very exciting, and for some reason on that case, the body cam got broken into like 3 videos. real annoying to watch. So you didn't miss out.
This is 22VB016200OM. This is Van Buren Township versus James Daniel Patterson. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
State your name for me, sir. Mr. Patterson, it's your desire to proceed on your own this afternoon?
Yes.
Today is the date and time scheduled for the in-person bench trial in this matter. Mr. Patterson, when you appeared for your arraignment and pretrial with this court back on January 19, 2023, I disclosed on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. The court file is already noting that disclosure, but I would like to make it again before we proceed with trial this afternoon. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety is the issuing agency for the charges against you this afternoon. Do you recall me disclosing that to you previously?
Yes.
And you're ready to proceed with your bench trial this afternoon?
Yes.
Thank you. Any opening statement, Ms. Mannarino?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Patterson, do you have an opening statement?
No.
Not your testimony, but an opening statement.
No, I don't.
Thank you. Your first witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, the people call Caleb Haley. Your Honor, before Mr. Haley takes the stand, I noticed that there is a woman in the gallery. I'm not sure if she's a witness in this matter or not. If she is, I'd ask the court to sequester her.
Ma'am, are you a witness to the events alleged to have occurred on September 24, 2022? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, would you state your first and last name and spell them for the record?
Yep, Caleb Haley, Caleb Haley.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you much. Please come up here and have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is taking down your testimony electronically. She's not able to hear you. I'll ask you to raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay? Thank you. Ms. Mannarino.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Haley. Where are you? I'm sorry, can you state your name for the record?
What was that?
Can you state your name for the record?
Yep, Caleb Haley.
Are you employed, Mr. Haley?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
Walmart on Belleville Road.
And that's the one in Van Buren Township?
Yep,
How long have
Yes,
you-
yes.
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you,
That's
Your
okay.
Honor. How long have you been employed at Walmart?
Almost 10 months.
Okay, and the entire 10 months has been at the Van Buren Township location? What is your position with Walmart?
I am an asset and protection investigator.
And were you working on September 24th of 2022?
Yes,
On September 24th of 2022, other than you, were there any other loss prevention employees who were working?
yes, Zach Dennison.
And you might have said, did you say asset protection is how you title it?
Yep.
Okay. And as it relates to your position in asset protection, what are your job duties?
It is to not just to protect employees, but also the merchandise in the building, make sure everything's accounted for, make sure nothing gets left out of the building that wasn't paid for.
And in the course of your duties, how do you ensure that merchandise is not leaving the store that hasn't been paid for?
We are a floor walking store, so we walk around looking for items that are misplaced or people that we find through our Walmart policies to be able to follow and watch. Also, we have cameras that we watch.
And on in the afternoon of September 24th, was there someone in the store that you were surveilling?
Yes.
And how did it come about that you were watching that person?
My partner, Zach, called me when I was in the restroom saying that he was watching somebody with a backpack over in hardware.
And based on that information from Mr. Dennison, did you take any action?
Yes, I went over there with Zach to go watch that person in hardware from a distance from the aisle before him.
Okay, so you were physically out in the store
Yep.
observing this
Yep.
person? Okay. And at the time that you're observing the person, approximately how far away from that, I should say this right, from that person are you?
Want to say 10 feet?
And were you able to see what that person was wearing?
Yes.
And what was that person wearing?
Black coat, black joggers, a black backpack.
And were you able to see that person's face?
Yes.
And was this person male or female?
Male.
Approximately how old?
Early to mid 20s.
Do you see the person that you saw in the Walmart store on September 24th that you were surveilling present in the courtroom this morning?
Yes.
Okay, can you identify where he is and what he's wearing?
Sitting right over there wearing black shirts and black pants, joggers.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So you and Mr. Dennison are watching the defendant in the store.
Yes.
And do you see him do anything that is suspicious to you?
Yes, we see him grabbing items off the shelf near him and putting them into his black backpack.
He was concealing those in the backpack?
Yes.
And after he was in that aisle that you were initially surveilling him in, where does he go in the store?
He walks out. He starts walking towards the door.
Okay, and you said the door, you mean like the entrance or exit to the store?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And as so from the aisle where the defendant was in the store, where you saw him put this merchandise in his backpack, to get to the store, what is the path that he's taking? I'm sorry, to get to the door.
So we were in the south side of the store, where hardware and auto care is. It's a direct line to the front door from that main alley. If you came in through the GM side doors, which is the south side, you would come in, you would turn left immediately after you get to the first cross, and you would turn right and you would be a straight path to there.
And as you're approaching the door from that hardware area, are there any cash registers that are available?
Yes.
Where are those located?
Right next to both of the doors, right in front of both of the doors.
And did you observe the defendant stop at those registers to check out before he exited the store?
No, we did not.
And from the time that he placed the merchandise in the backpack until, I guess, he got to the door of the store, were you surveilling him that entire time?
No.
Okay, where was the period in time where you were not able to see him?
Right. So after he passed us in the aisle that we were at, I went left. Zach stayed in the middle aisle. I stayed off to the side to kind of keep distance so he wouldn't run. I did not keep full contact with him. I believe Zach did.
Okay, and approximately how long was this time period where you were not able to see the defendant?
10 seconds.
And when you were able to observe the defendant, where was he at in the store?
The main action alley right in front of Crafts.
Okay, so prior to when he would walk past the cash registers into the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And after you completed your observation of the defendant in the store, did you have contact with him personally?
Yes, after he passed the first set of doors in the cart vestibule, in between the first and second set of doors.
Okay, so before he gets to that set of doors that leads him outside, but
Yep.
after he's past that initial.
Yep.
set of doors. Okay.
Yes.
And did you identify who you were to the defendant?
Yes, we identified ourselves as asset protection for Walmart.
Okay. Did the defendant say anything to you while you were speaking to him in the vestibule?
No.
Did you personally ask him any questions about the merchandise that you believe was concealed in his backpack?
Yes, we did ask him about the merchandise in his backpack and if we could have permission to look into his backpack.
Were you granted permission?
No.
And once you are done talking to him in the vestibule, what happens next?
We bring him into the office where we ask him for his ID. He did give us his ID.
Okay, and he complied in going to the office? with
Yep.
you? And once you have him in the office, what happens?
Well, we get his identification. We write down on our sheet his address, first, last name, and driver's license ID or number. And then that is when we asked again if we could have permission to search his backpack.
Did he grant you permission at that point? Okay, so you're in the office, it's you and Mr. Dennison and the defendant.
Yep.
And you don't have permission to go in his backpack, so what do you do next?
We call the police.
And did an officer arrive?
Yes.
And how long after you called did the officer arrive?
5 minutes?
Was the defendant in the office with you until the police arrived?
Yes.
So there was the contents that were in his backpack at the time that the officer arrived would have been the same as what it was when he passed that first exit door.
Yes.
And at some point, do you find out what, at some point, do you see what's in the backpack?
Yes, after the officer gets there.
And were there items in his backpack that belonged to the Walmart store that were not purchased?
Yes.
And do you recall the amount of that merchandise?
I do not.
Is that something, is there anything that's done to document the merchandise that is recovered in a situation like that?
Yes, so we get a total amount of the merchandise that was recovered through the registers through a training receipt. We also take a picture of the merchandise that was recovered and we put it on his profile on our Walmart system.
Do you recall what types of merchandise or what items were recovered from the defendant in this matter?
A pack of the small Snickers, the bite-sized ones, a 2-liter of Mountain Dew, and some Lunchables. That's what I remember.
And would the amount have been documented on a listing or report that you would have put together?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Healy, I'm showing you a listing. Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
And does that document the merchandise that was, that the defendant was taken from the store that day?
Yes.
And is there a total on that list of the amount of merchandise that he stole that day?
Yes.
And how much is that?
$60.69.
6069 or 1609?
6069. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. No.
And this list reflects the Mountain Dew and the candy that you had identified before, as well as some additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those were primarily food type items?
Yes.
Okay, and then some stationery. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
Prior to September 24th, had you ever encountered the defendant before?
No.
You know, recognize him as a customer of the store or anything like that?
No.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, do you have questions for Mr. Haley?
Not at this time, no.
Now is the only time.
No, I
Unless you
don't.
intend to recall him as.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haley, thank you for your testimony. You may step down, sir. Your next witness, ma'am.
Zach Denniston, Your Honor?
Zach Dennison, please. Zach Dennison, please. Thank you, Officer Garcia.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Dennison. Hello, come straight up to this podium for me, please. State your first and last name and then spell them both for the record.
First name Zachary, Zachary. Last name Denniston, Deniston.
Dennis Dunn, thank you. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Please come up here and have a seat in the black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay? Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Denniston, can you state your name for the record, please?
Zachary Denniston,
Where are you employed?
Walmart.
What do you do there?
I am an asset protection investigator.
And which Walmart store do you work at?
The one on Belleville Road.
And that's in Van Buren Township?
Yes, that is in Van Buren.
How long have you been employed there?
Coming up on 2 years now.
And were you working on September 24th of 2022?
Like, was I clocked in?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't remember what, is it,
If-
any day that's not Monday or Wednesday?
If I showed you a report that bears your name, would that refresh your recollection as to whether you were working on that date?
Yes, I
May
could not,
approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Haley, I'm sorry, Mr. Dennison, is that a report that you prepared?
yes,
Does that report refresh your recollection as to whether you were working on September 24th, 2022?
yes, I could not submit it if I was not working, so.
And on that date, were you working with Mr. Haley, who just testified?
Correct,
Do you and Mr. Haley frequently work together?
yes.
And was there something in the afternoon of September 24th, 2022, that drew your attention in the store?
I mean, in particular, I just kind of follow individuals around throughout the course of my day, especially people that are carrying any sort of large purses, backpacks, tote bags, duffel bags, that type of thing.
Okay, and why do you do that?
Because it's a lot easier to conceal items inside of those large bags than you say under a jacket or a shirt.
Was there anyone that afternoon that had a backpack that you were watching?
Yes,
And how did that person come to your attention? Was it the backpack that initially piqued your attention?
yes.
And do you recall what that person was wearing?
I think it was just all black.
And did you have occasion to observe that person in the store?
Did I have occasion?
Yes. Did you see the person in the store?
Yes,
Okay, and did you surveil them while they were in the store?
yes.
Were you able to see that person's face clearly?
I don't recall.
I'm gonna show you a video. Is this video from the Walmart store?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the person that you were surveilling on the screen now?
I do.
And can you identify where that person is?
You want me to just point or?
Just describe.
They are currently standing next to a cart with the 49 and whatever amount of cents that is signed.
And okay. And is that the backpack that you were describing on that list?
Yes.
And was there anything that you observed this person doing in the store that you thought was suspicious in your performance of your asset protection duties?
I observed them in the hardware aisle, opening up packaging of food and putting it in the backpack, as well as ripping off barcodes of other various items.
And you found that to be suspicious?
Yes.
Did you, after you observed the person putting the items in his backpack, did you continue watching?
Yes.
And did you surveil that person until he left or tried to leave the store?
Yes, until he passed the last point of sale.
And was there any point in time where you did not have direct observation of this individual?
Either I or Caleb would have had to observe them with less than a couple seconds of not observing them as they go through the store.
And did he make any attempt to offer to purchase the items that were concealed in the backpack?
No.
And so after he makes it to the initial exit door, that is past the cash registers and all opportunities to purchase that merchandise, correct?
Yep.
Did you at any point contact this individual?
Only after he passed all points of sale.
Okay. And was Mr. Haley with you when you contacted him?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with the individual that you stopped?
I let him know that there was some merchandise that he hadn't paid for and come into the office.
Did he comply with that?
He did.
And once you all go into the office until the point where the police officer arrives, is there a point in time when the individual with the backpack leaves the office or leaves your site?
Not that I can remember, no.
Did you look through the backpack to see what items might be in there?
No.
Who did that?
That was Officer Champagne.
And were there items, as far as you know, in the backpack recovered that were Walmart items?
Yes.
Do you know the amount of those items?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you recall what type of items they were?
I remember there was some soda, there was some hot dog buns, some Snickers, Lunchables, and that's about all that I can recall.
Okay. And so if the receipt in this matter that was generated for the items that were recovered indicated that there was, well, I guess, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennison, I'm showing you what I believe is the receipt that was generated in this manner, showing the merchandise that was recovered. The first item, it says Gem EXVN Pet Each. Do you know what that item perhaps would be?
I'm thinking, no, I have no idea.
Okay, but it indicates it's some sort of dry grocery item.
Yes.
And then there's some lettuce, some fruit, frozen fruit, and other snack type items. I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, do you have any questions for Mr. Dennison?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. You may step down. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Last witness is Officer Champagne.
Officer Champagne, if you would stop at the podium, please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
David Champagne, DavidChampane.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Please come have a seat now in the black chair closest to me. Mary Ann's recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Officer
Miss,
Champagne, good afternoon.
Well,
Where do you employ?
Van Buren Township Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a police officer,
How long have you been a police officer?
15 years.
In the 15 years that you've been a police officer, have you responded to theft and retail fraud calls?
Yes,
And Walmart is one of those locations that you would respond to a retail fraud call fairly frequently in the township, correct?
yes,
Were you working on September 24th of 2022?
yes,
At approximately 4:52 PM, were you dispatched on a call?
yes, I was.
Where were you dispatched?
10562 Belleville Road, Walmart.
And when you arrived at the Walmart, did you have contact with anyone at the store?
Yes, I had contact with Zach Dennison, who is a Walmart asset protection.
And did you get any information from Mr. Dennison as to who the suspect in this matter was?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Dennison give you a name?
Yes, he did.
And what was the name he provided you?
James Patterson.
Was Mr. Patterson present at the Walmart store when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
Did you have contact with Mr. Patterson?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. Patterson about the nature of the call while you were at Walmart?
I explained to him I was there for a retail fraud case.
Did Mr. Patterson make any statements to you about the retail fraud?
No, he did not.
Did you get any information from Zach at Walmart about where he believed the merchandise was concealed?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Backpack that Mr. Patterson was wearing.
At the time that you arrived at the Walmart store, was that backpack on Mr. Patterson's person?
I don't recall if he was still wearing it or if it was on the bench where he was sitting next to him.
And did you have occasion to look inside Mr. Patterson's backpack?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked inside Mr. Patterson's backpack, did you find anything?
I found a bunch of food items.
And did you show those items to either of the asset protection employees?
They were standing right next to me. They saw them, yes.
Were those identified as items belonging to Walmart?
Yes.
Did Mr. Patterson present you with a receipt from that date indicating he had purchased those items?
No, he did not.
And do you see, well, let me ask you this, did you arrest Mr. Patterson based upon your interaction with him at the store?
Yes, I did.
And once you arrested him, what did you do?
I transported him back to our police station where I fingerprinted, photographed, and booked him, issued him a citation, and then released him.
And so you confirmed that the person that you arrested was in fact James Patterson?
Between his driver's license that was presented at Walmart and then through the booking process, his identity was confirmed as James Patterson.
And so during the point when you're arresting him, when you're in the booking room and you're processing him, you're having fairly close contact with Mr. Patterson, is that correct?
Yes.
You were able to clearly see his face?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Patterson present in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him for the court?
Mr. Patterson is sitting directly in front of me. He's wearing a black t-shirt with black glasses.
But, Your Honor, let the record reflect that the officers identified the defendant. Officer Champagne, at any point in time during your interaction with Mr. Patterson, did he provide any explanation for the merchandise or any proof of purchase for that merchandise?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further for the officer.
Any questions, Mr. Patterson?
No.
Officer Champagne, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
People rest, Your Honor.
Mr. Patterson, any witnesses, sir?
No.
Would you like to testify on your own behalf, sir?
No.
Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, the testimony in this matter is clear that on September 24th, 2022, at the Walmart store on Belleville Road, that Mr. Patterson was in the store, that he put selected items, concealed those items in his backpack and attempted to leave the store without paying for those items. And based upon that, we would ask the court find him guilty.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Any statement, any comment?
No.
Mr. Patterson, when you appeared originally on January 19, 2023, you requested a bench trial in this matter.
No. She offered me a trial by judge or jury, so, and I just picked by judge, so.
That you would have been with me on January 19th. And I would have asked you at that time how we were proceeding. And when someone asks for an in-person bench trial and then presents no witnesses, no evidence, and makes no argument, I'm just concerned that I'm not asking you for a defense or how you wish to participate in these proceedings. So before any ruling is made, I want to make sure that you've had the opportunity to say whatever it is that you want to say this afternoon about what's alleged to have occurred on September 24, 2022 in Van Buren Township.
Okay, so I plead not guilty, and I'm a free man, and yeah, that's all I want to say.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, at this time, the court has had the opportunity to hear from both Officer Champagne, who is an officer with the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety, along with the two asset protection investigators from Walmart. And based on the testimony of those witnesses, the court has no alternative but to find you guilty as charged to the retail fraud at the Walmart on September 24, 2022. The witnesses have all been consistent in their statements regarding the fact that you had items on your person that had been available for sale to the public, that you passed all points of payment without making payment for the items, those items having been offered to the public again at Walmart.
Can Can I add something?
Absolutely.
I think the officer did an illegal search of my property, of my bag, and I want to add that in there, so.
So, Mr. Patterson, 3 minutes ago, when I said to you, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf, anything, and you said no.
I don't know how court runs really. I'm just like,
When I asked you, was there something you wanted to say on your own behalf? Did you understand my question?
yes.
Okay, so the court gave you an opportunity to ask Mr. Haley, Mr. Denniston, and Officer Champagne any questions about what they had already testified to.
Mhm.
You said no all 3 times.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Manarino then rested her case. I turn to you for you to present anything. And that is your opportunity to present your defense to the testimony and to the charges against you. And you said nothing. You said you had nothing. Not that you didn't respond, but you specifically said that you had no witnesses, that you did not wish to testify on your own behalf.
Okay.
And then I specifically inquired of you as to why we were here for a trial if you weren't going to say anything or offer any response. So the period of time for you to raise issues with the testimony was either through cross-examination of the witnesses, through motion, or when I turned to you and said, what is your defense to the charges against you?
Mhm.
So that being the case, and there being nothing before this court challenging, you have to formally challenge the search.
Okay.
The court has no other alternative but to find you guilty, and I am finding you guilty of the sole charge in this matter of retail fraud on September 24th, 2022. That being the case, sir, and there now being a conviction in place, a misdemeanor conviction in place, the court is prepared to proceed to sentencing in this matter. This is an offense where the court would not send you to jail, would not assess jail. This is a fines and costs matter. Are you prepared to receive your sentence this afternoon, sir?
I'm prepared to listen to see what they are.
Mr. Patterson, is there anything that you want to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Is this the time where I defend myself?
No,
Okay.
no, Mr. Patterson, we're beyond that point.
Okay.
Okay,
Can I go back to that part? I didn't say anything about a legal search here.
Mr. Patterson, the court is able to see your age in the file. How far did you go in school, sir?
That's not relevant. I don't think that's relevant to this case.
Okay,
My school history.
okay. We've had the trial. The court is asking, well, was going to ask a series of questions to find if there's any reason why fines and costs should be, if there's any mitigation for what happened on September 24th, 2022. And if it's your position that questions of the court are not relevant to these proceedings, the court will just go into sentencing. Is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf, sir, before sentence is imposed?
No.
Anything, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, we leave it at the court's discretion.
Thank you. Was there any request for restitution from Walmart?
No, Your Honor, all of the merchandise was recovered.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, the court will assess a fine in this matter of $100, cost of $200. There it says $75 crime victims fee, $50 show cause fee, $50 warrant fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, and $50 late fee.
Okay.
That, sir, is $695. Are you able to pay that within the next 5 days?
No, I'm not.
Sir, before you leave, you can stop downstairs at the collections department to establish a payment plan. You can go online and submit an email request for a payment plan. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
Not on this matter, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Patterson?
No.
That concludes this court's docket for today.
Your Honor, I did have 2 matters that were on the docket today for defendants that did not appear that I wish to dismiss. The court wants to,
Are you still recording? Yes, those would be the names, not the numbers.
Paris Monique Jackson on an ordinance violation.
And the other one?
Ambry Darrell Camper, malicious destruction of property. The victim requested dismissal.
Okay. This first one is 22 VB 02VB023408 M Van Buren Township versus Paris Jackson. This case was scheduled this morning at 8 a.m. for show cause. The defendant did not appear. Madam Prosecutor has indicated that case is to be dismissed. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then there is, there's 2300310 M Van Buren Township versus Ambry Darrell Camper. That matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:20. Ms. Manorino.
Your Honor, pursuant to the request of the complainant in this matter, we are moving to dismiss.
Matter scheduled at 10:20. Defendant had failed to appear this afternoon. Based on the prosecutor's assertions, this case will be dismissed. There is another case for Mr. Camper that is in warrant status that will be returned to the court's criminal department. Anything else, Ms. Manorino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
That concludes this court's docket for the day. This court stands adjourned. Are you off? No. Okay, hold on one second.